Not yet, Patrick? Well, can I give the speech before? I can't. Cannot. Need a pillow.
Good afternoon. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, July 10th, 2024, 2 o'clock meeting. Mr. Chairman, do you have any opening remarks?
I do. For those of you who have not had the pleasure of appearing here before, the way we call the calendar, we will first call adjournments. Once we're finished with those, we'll call the cases. When we call the cases, the protocol is as follows. The applicant is given the opportunity to make their case. If there are any people in opposition, they will be asked to voice their opposition, and then the applicant is given the opportunity of summing up. Once we close the cases are closed. We don't accept any evidence after the close of the cases. We are not bound by the strict rules of evidence. This is not a court of law. This is an administrative body. We have a lot of latitude in terms of what we accept and what we don't accept, and what we give weight to and what we don't give weight to. Okay? The proceedings are live streamed. We do have a court reporter who is, although she's not present, she is hooked in on Zoom. She will take all the proceedings down. You are free to revisit the hearings whenever you want. And, pardon?
If you have insomnia.
No, I'm going to pass on the insomnia. All right, Patrick, start calling cases. Any applications for adjournment?
So one other note, because the court reporter is zooming in, it's even more important than ever that you speak slowly and loudly. She has to get it digitally over and then transcribe it.
Into the microphone. Okay?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, first we have case 47424 near Westbury, James Caldwell, also known as 35 Polo Lane. Adjournment?
Patrick, this is an adjournment? Okay.
Mr. Kasubis, just your name and address for the record. Please speak into the microphone.
Yes, my name is Dean Katsubis. My address is 121 Newbridge Road, Hicksville, New York, 11801. Here on behalf of James Caldwell, I'd like to request an adjournment for this case as we're not prepared to present today. Just like to ask for an adjournment probably like 3 months from now.
That's very strict. Go ahead.
Why aren't you prepared today?
Okay.
What do you need to do?
All right, so this is an unusual case. It involves, he wants to rescue animals at his house. It's one of those that we don't see too often. We just want to make sure that we're better prepared for the...
Is it because you've received do you have some reason to think you need to, is there opposition that you know of, or?
We don't believe that there's opposition. In fact, he actually got letters from his neighbors for this, but just to better prepare ourselves, he had asked me to adjourn the case.
Okay, so it's not any opposition
That is probably the first request for an adjournment where the applicant admits that they're not properly prepared.
Agreed.
Kudos to you, Mr. Kutsubos.
But also, I just asked because if it was opposition,
Then
the idea would
got
be,
it.
in the interim, you could meet with them and
Yeah.
talk about things. But if not,
Okay.
great.
Is it in operation now?
No, it's not.
And he will not remain he'll not operate until you
Correct.
get permission?
And he's limiting to birds, rabbits, and squirrels, no exotic animals?
Correct.
Patrick?
October 9th, 2 o'clock?
Who rescues squirrels?
Is that good?
10/9, 2 o'clock.
Wait, who rescues squirrels?
My wife.
No, but I thought squirrels were not.
My wife, she rescues squirrels, she
I've
rescues
rescued
everything.
birds.
I'll tell you the story about her rescuing a, you don't want to hear this. In any
Next,
event,
we have
Thank you,
another...
Mr.
10/9,
Katsoulis.
2 p.m.
Next,
Have a
we
good
have
afternoon, Mr.
case
Katsoulis.
for adjournment, case 47624, Oceanside Kevin Conklin, also known as 55 Land Place. Just your name and address for the record.
Sure. Scott Tyrone, 75 Albertson
You
Avenue.
gotta speak more in the microphone.
Speak slowly and clearly, please.
Scott Tyrone, 75 Albertson Avenue, Albertson, New York. Here for an adjournment. We missed the mailing by 2 days, so it is an approved expedite, and I did speak to the zoning board yesterday. They said that the August 7th calendar I could make as far as the mailing notices, and they said it was a
Patrick,
lighter calendar.
8/7 is getting kind of crowded.
It
In light
is.
of what happened this morning.
Correct.
We asked for that. We did have an approved expedite. I was out with COVID and I missed the mailing by
Wait,
2
can I-
days.
Understood.
What was the nature of your expedite? Why?
The homeowner is carrying 2 houses right now. This is a house that it was their parents' house, and they're just 2 of everything, 2 sets of taxes
But
and
wait,
everything else.
wait. It's a maintain.
Yes,
So, there's seemingly no problem if you, I mean, it's there, right?
It's there.
Are you saying because they want to sell it?
it is,
They're carrying
it's
2
not
homes.
listed for sale yet, but it's going to be, yes.
Is
And
it
we
listed?
proactively file
Are
permits.
they in contract yet?
No, not yet.
But even if they were to go to contract, obviously you can do an escrow, so it's hard to understand that there's too much of a difficulty. Not that we don't want to get it
Yeah.
done.
The nature of the issues of the permits, an attorney would not let this house go to
Okay.
escrow. There's
Patrick,
just too many
Next
issues.
available, when we can fit it
The
in.
nature?
It's a house lift, which was done back in
Hold
the
on,
50s.
hold on.
Katura.
Am I on the wrong case?
No,
It's a house lift?
The house was lifted back in the 50s, and there's no record of it. So we're filing for that, along with other additions and improvements that were done. But part of the application was, the house was lifted back in the 50s. But that is compliant with height and everything else.
Wait,
Well, you're
What did-
not asking for height, you know?
No, we're not. I'm just saying that this is the reason why an attorney would not let something like this house go to an escrow agreement.
but there's,
It's-
the only thing before us,
But you're not in contract yet.
We're not in contract yet. no.
Okay,
Right, but
so
you're-
ordinarily, when people go to contract to sell homes, it
Mm-hmm.
takes a little bit of time, especially if the buyer has to procure financing.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
So you're looking at, if your buyer ultimately, but you're not even in contract yet.
No, we're not in contract, but we
Okay.
still then would move on. We have inspections and things
Patrick?
like that.
but also, you're only here for a lot of area, pad and front yard, to maintain an addition and open porch.
For the
It's not-
variances,
It's not the
yeah.
lift or the height or anything.
No, but those are other issues that why I was getting
All right,
back,
well, the
why they would not, an attorney wouldn't let
Okay.
it.
Next available,
September 4th,
okay,
11 o'clock.
9/4, 11 o'clock.
Wait a second. I'm sorry, I apologize. 9/4, 2 o'clock.
9/4, 2 o'clock. Okay,
Thank you.
welcome.
Next, we have case 47824, Franklin Square, Claudia Natalie Morgan, also known as 344 through 346 Franklin Avenue. Name and address for the record.
For the applicant, Michael Zabson, Sir Tillman, Ballin, Adler, and Hyman, 90 Merrick Avenue,
Into the mic, Mr. Zapps.
90 Merrick Avenue, East Meadow, New York, 11554. This is an application for an adjournment. My client's not ready to proceed at this time, and we would request a 3-month adjournment.
That's the second one today. You're on a roll, Mr. Zapson. Not ready.
But the spa, it's not operating yet, right? Or it is?
It is, my understanding, it is operating.
So so it's a maintain,
No
but
harm, no
approval.
foul.
I don't know.
No harm, no foul. Next available, Patrick,
October 9th, 2 o'clock.
10/9, 2 p.m.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next, we have case 47924, Elmont 299 Hempstead LLC, doing business as Popeyes, also known as 299 Hempstead Turnpike.
Dominic Minerva and D'Agostino, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York, attorney for the applicant. I'm also requesting an adjournment. We're waiting for our parking demand study to be completed and submitted to the board, so we do need more time to do that, and I'm requesting an adjournment.
How much time do you think you need, Mr. Minerva?
I was going to request September 18th, but if that is too booked, then put me into October.
Patrick?
We could do September 25th, 2 o'clock?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Mr. Minerva, it says that that NCPC is waiting more information. Did they get that yet?
No, they actually also requested the
Parking
parking demand
study?
study, which I do not have yet.
Is that date going to give you enough time to get the parking stuff to them, too?
I believe it will.
Okay.
You're going to make KFC very happy. They're right across the street.
No comment.
They have parking.
Take care.
Have a good afternoon, Mr. Minerva. Next one.
Who's going to adjourn the next case?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any other requests for adjournment this afternoon.
God, we have to hear cases,
Okay.
and we were doing so well.
Okay, we will
Okay.
be starting with case 47524, near East Rockaway, Kelly and Dimitri Vasquez. Variance, height, maintain second story and two-story additions to existing dwelling over 50%, reconstruction and alterations, new CO required, also known as 12 Thixton Avenue.
Hi. Oh, sorry.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Diane Powers in Bimbo. Diane Powers in Bimbo. 769 Pelham Road, 3C, New Rochelle, New York, 10805. Okay. Good question. I came in way after the fact, at the very end, to help, because nobody is around anymore. This, I'm going to tell you.
Around anymore?
I'm going to tell you. So the original applicant on this, which as you see was many, many years ago, was the architect who has since retired.
But do you own the property?
No, I'm representing,
The owner?
well, the owner's Allure, because Allure Home Improvements, who is the one contractor,
Let's see them
Wait,
on
hold
TV.
on. Who's Kelly and Dimitri Vasquez?
those are the homeowners.
So they are the owners, and you represent them?
Yes, yes. And
don't seem
Allure.
confident.
Well, and Allure Home Improvements, so both of them. Allure hired me to file for the variance.
Is Allure someone who did work on this, like
Allure is the contractor who did the build.
So why didn't the homeowners apply?
Because, let me explain what happened.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, so apparently what happened, and I came in way after the fact, so the project manager, the head of the production department, everybody that was involved in this project, I've been working and doing this for Allure for over 21 years. But none of the people that were involved in this project are at Allure anymore. And the architect who filed also has since retired. So what happened, do you want me to wait?
Not at all.
Oh, okay. So what happened,
Yeah, could
It's
you
going
just
to be
wait one
rather
second?
interesting.
I just need you to put, so your name's on the sign-in sheet, but we have no idea. If you could just put,
well, I filed the variance application. Oh, okay.
can you just sign in as representative for that entity?
Sure. What do you want me to write?
We're just trying to piece it together.
Sure. What do you want me to say on it? Agent of homeowner, applicant?
Whatever you
How
are.
about your
I'm the
status?
applicant.
You're the applicant, and so understand on
No,
our
no, no.
calendar.
She's not the applicant.
Okay.
I
On our
filed
calendar-
for the variance.
Hold on.
Okay.
On our calendar, the owners are Kelly and Dimitri Vasquez. So we just need to understand how you fit. that
Understood.
picture. So if you could
Yeah.
just put
Yep.
representative for so-and-so and representative for so-and-so, the contractor who did the work, or whatever it is.
Representing homeowner and contractor.
Both.
And Allure, and
Allure Home Improvement, and Allure.
Great.
Allure Home Improvement, who did the construction or did the work or whatever it is.
Allure, who is contractor. Yes, everything has been completed. I have the disclosures, all the documentation.
understand.
Yeah.
But right
What-
now,
what are the-
we're working
Understood.
from
You have
the
the
sign-in sheet,
disclosures.
so I just want to
Understood.
follow as we go.
Hold on a minute. We don't, let us try to get the disclosures because,
I have the copies here.
okay. Do you want to hand them in?
Now,
Because we
Arnie,
don't
do you
Want
have
me to
them.
show you the copies?
Just a minute. Take them.
These are my copies. So here's the consent release. here's the application, here's the disclosure with the Dimitris, here's mine, and then, this is me. You don't, it was in there, okay. Sure. Well, that's that page. I don't know where my second page is. Here's my second page.
So do you also represent, so sometimes a home improvement person and a homeowner might have divergent interests or not perfectly aligned interests. Do you represent also those owners? Did they expressly?
They're the ones who, yes, I dealt directly with regarding the filing process.
Do they know you're here representing
Of
them?
course they do, yes.
Are they here by any chance?
No.
Because they sent you?
Yes.
Are the owners here?
No, she just asked me that. I
Right.
said no.
How about the contractor? Does he have a representative here?
Nobody
He's
that
on
was
TV.
involved in this project
Yeah.
is at a law anymore.
Representative for the contract.
She is,
Okay, so
okay.
I was hired by law. I used to work for law. I've been working with a law, I should say, for 21 years.
Mm-hmm.
I originally started with them designing and selling projects.
Right.
So I was a W-2 employee. I've always had my own business. I always did expediting permits, variances, all of that. So I always did that for all my projects that I saw. Fast forward, that's all I do. I haven't been a W-2 employee of theirs. I have an S corp. So I just do variances, permits, proposed
Okay.
work, legalizations, closing
Okay.
out jobs. So, Allure, what happened with this project, if I may tell you, so this project was filed by the original architect, who since then has retired. The contractor, Allure Home Improvement, so the original construction plans that were submitted, which is like chicken scratch to me, I'm sorry to say, so it's very
Just the
difficult
facts,
to
ma'am.
read, but if you look at the original approved.
And the original contractor is not the one you're here for?
Allure, there's always the
They're the
contractor
original
never
contractor.
changed.
Hold on. So when you say original contractor, are you talking about the entity you represent?
The contractor has never changed. It's only been one contract. I said, but the original
What's the
construction
contractor's
plans
name?
is what I said.
Allure Home Improvement.
Okay, the original construction plans that were filed by the architect, that were the original approved construction plans, if you look at that, you'll see that they were approved with a ridge height of 28 feet max.
Wait, before we get to the substantive
Oh,
issues,
okay, sure.
can you just finish the scenario of explaining to us who and how you represent?
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to tell you. So the
But
original.
don't get
pla-
into looking at the plans, like, give us the
Okay,
idea.
but this is what I'm trying to explain. So the plans were approved, that did not require a variance, because the plans showed a ridge height of only 28
28
feet, not
feet.
to exceed the 30 feet. What ended up happening?
The
let me
plans,
just-
hold on, the plans that were filed by the original architect who retired and thereafter worked on by Allure,
The construction was worked on by Allure.
off the plans that were originally approved.
And
Correct.
Okay, keep
so
going.
Yes.
they constructed a building which has a ridge height of how much?
30, now, they built it above that amount. They built it at a 33.1 build. So the max height allowed, as you know, is 30 feet. So the original plans that were approved, it showed it was only going to be 28 feet. So fast forward, they built it
Yeah.
higher than
5
what the
feet.
original plans. Not quite, 28, not 31, yeah, by 5 feet. Yeah, 3.31 over the max allowed.
Why did they do that?
I cannot
She
answer you
can't
that.
tell you that.
There's nobody that's gonna, I've tried to get answers, why, what happened, they're gonna ask me. Nobody is at Allure anymore that was on that project.
Hold on, so they sent you here to explain what happened and told you they won't tell you what happened?
No, they originally, well, I kind of know what happened. I mean, all right, so,
You know
I
what
don't know
you
who's.
know, just a minute.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm going to tell you, I
No,
know.
no, you don't have to, because you don't have actual knowledge of how this house wound up being more than 5 feet taller than it was supposed to be. All right? So you can't testify as to that. That's all
Nobody at
hearsay.
Allure is going to be able to
Well,
testify
that's-
because they
that's
don't
a
know.
real
The
issue.
people that were on this project, I tried to call, I'm still friendly with the main project
But wait a minute,
manager.
the chairman is right. If no one there can testify to it, we'll just deny it. If we
And then what
can't have-
happens?
Well,
What are they going to have to do, knock down the top of their house?
well.
That may be a problem.
That
Yeah,
may or
I
may
know.
That
not be
may be a
rhetorical.
problem.
I know.
All right?
But
I
that,
hear you.
hold on. But
Okay,
that-
this
that
is
doesn't
not,
concern us.
just a minute, this is not a board you come before and say, we did it, now
I
why don't you
understand.
legalize it? All right?
I've been saying that from the beginning. I
Okay.
say this
All right.
is going to be a
So,
problem.
do you want to proceed? Do you want to proceed, or you want to get somebody from Allure to come here and ask for an adjournment? They'll be able to find somebody who can attest to why this
Okay,
happened.
so can I tell you what they're going to say?
I don't care, no, you
okay,
can't
'cause
tell me
I
anything. Quite frankly,
kind of know how
I'm adjourning
why
this
it
case.
happened.
Patrick,
What's that?
We're
give
gonna
me a
adjourn.
date. And then I expect to have somebody from the
And
Home
maybe
Improvement
then-
Company here
and maybe
to
then they
explain
will
why
listen to
this
All right,
happened.
we're both talking. Can I, what's that say
And
again?
maybe then they'll listen to you when you tell them
They'll
it was
listen to
adjourned,
us.
because the chairman insists that someone with actual knowledge is going to come here and
And
tell us.
explain why it was built
Yeah,
so
yeah.
much over.
I mean, you have a
the-
set of plans.
They did submit the supplement, as I'm sure you saw.
Yeah.
That does show it, and then,
Okay.
you know, the other.
Patrick, give me a
And then
date.
the other.
September
are-
18th, 2 o'clock.
September 18th?
I don't know, hold on. So, and then it was discovered, right, at some point after the
I'll bet it
final
was. Yeah,
finals, that,
that's,
hey, what
they
did you
did
do? You built this over,
somebody did
you
a
know.
bang-up job.
You-
Okay. September 18th, is
I
that
don't know.
okay?
Can you hold on
2
a
o'clock?
second?
I'd be more than happy to hold
Thank
on.
you.
It seems to happen more frequently in certain areas.
Yep.
Is that not the case?
I think, I'm telling you, it was just a matter of like, oh, well, let's just do it, and, you know,
no.
what happens afterwards happens
No, no.
afterwards. So what was the
Don't
date
go
you
down that
said?
road.
Excuse me, just give us the
September
date.
18th.
We want,
What? I'm
just
sorry.
give us the date, that's all.
September 18th, 2 o'clock. Is that
September
okay?
18th?
2 o'clock.
Is there anyone else here on this case? Because there will not be a future notice to go out. Okay.
All right, September 18th at 2 o'clock,
Thank you.
and there's going to be no notices, it's just you come.
Correct.
Have a nice day.
Well, let me put this in, please.
And maybe now this
Yeah,
gives
I'm
you a
not gonna
little bit
waste
of
my
leverage
time.
to explain to them how someone who has
Yep.
actual knowledge with the situation needs to come in here and discuss it with the group.
I called right, a few times before I got here, saying, they're going to ask me why this was done. I didn't get called on,
Well, okay,
and I've been asking for a while.
okay.
Hold on.
No offense to you.
I mean, I've been doing this for 21 years, I know how this
It wasn't
goes.
right to put you in
I
this
know.
position, so go
Yeah,
tell them
yeah.
to bring someone in.
Thank you. All right, so again, no notices, no mailings, just show up.
Correct.
Yep,
Here, this building, because I went to the wrong building. I
This
went to the
building.
other building.
This building.
we're sure it's going to
To
be
this
this building.
And it's 2 o'clock that day.
2
2
o'clock.
o'clock, September 18th,
Thank
Correct.
you.
this building.
Okay, next we have case 47724, Garden City South, Paul, Mark, and Melinda J. Frass. Maintain a 15-foot-high living fence forward of the dwelling on Carolina Avenue in Second Place, which may substantially obstruct line of sight, also known as 696 Second Place.
Thank you, bye.
My name is Melinda Frost, 696 Second Place South, Garden City South, New York.
My name is Paul Frost.
Louder. Our court reporter's on the Zoom, so we got to be even louder.
My name is Paul Frost, 696 Second Place, Garden City South, New York.
Christopher Frost,
Not or Mr. Christopher?
Christopher Frost, 2473 Jackson Avenue, Seaford, New York, 11783.
You have a tough act to follow now.
What do I have to do?
You said you get a tough act to follow.
I'm a little afraid now. I was calm 5 minutes ago.
Go for it.
So you're here for a living fence?
Yes, so 20 years ago, I planted some bushes, not knowing that they were going to get as tall or as wide as they were. And over that period of time, they did get taller and wider. Somebody filed a complaint with the town. I spoke with the inspector over the phone. He suggested that I put up a fence along the sidewalk to prevent the bushes from encroaching on the sidewalk. He also suggested that I apply for a variance for the bushes.
Hold on, can I
Because
just
they
ask
are
you?
now a living hedge.
Who suggested you put up a fence?
Inspector Corio at the town of Hempstead.
And I'm looking at this site plan. So let me find the north-south arrow. I don't see one. So there's the living fence, the bushes, are along Caroline Avenue.
Correct.
They cut back straight back almost on your property line on what I'm guessing is the north side, but there's no arrow. Oh, there is an arrow, here it is, on the north side. And then when you get down to the corner of Second Place and Caroline Avenue, then they cut back sort of hairpin toward the house.
Correct.
So of that, what part, where I see some portions of drawing that look like a fence, where, if you can tell me, is there a fence, and in particular a fence that someone suggested you install?
Okay, they suggested that I install a fence along the sidewalk to prevent anybody passing by on Caroline Avenue from being brushed up against the bushes.
Okay, is that the fence that's
And
denoted?
we did receive a fence permit for that. It is not installed yet. We put a hold on the fence permit until we had an opinion from your committee on whether or not we can keep the bushes.
Okay, hold on.
There is no fence there now, it's just bushes.
Inspected, I drove past yesterday and I didn't see a fence.
Yeah, no, we have a
Okay.
fence permit, but we chose to hold off
Okay.
on any further action until we had a ruling.
Okay,
Is the proposed fence that which is denoted along the property line on the north, like forward of the house? There's some X's. Then there is a clear sight triangle diagonal, and then there's the same X's, which usually does mean fence, going partially down the property line that runs parallel with Caroline Avenue. Is that the fence to which we refer?
Yes,
And then the fence stops at basically at lining up with the side of the house along Caroline Avenue.
where the X's are, we're planning on putting a 5-foot fence, and then where the little circles are, that's where they said that we have to have a see-through fence, and it can't be any higher than, I believe it was 4 feet.
let's see.
And if you didn't need the fence to keep the living fence, would you put it in? Or is that the sole basis?
The sole basis of putting the fence in was to protect passerbyers from being brushed up by the bushes. This is what I was told to do, and I'm just trying to follow the rules.
Well, leaving aside the installation of that fence, so the portion that you denoted by X's was not 4 feet and was not picket, that's proposed as? That's
I have
proposed,
that fence permit here. I do have the fence permit here. The fence permit was granted. Those X's would be a 5-foot fence, and the O's would be a 4-foot semi-see-through fence.
wait, the X's are 5 feet,
It's in the front of the house.
and you got it as of right? You got a permit to install the 5-foot fence denoted on here by X's?
Yes.
So that's in the front of the house.
So your driveway is off of Second Place, right?
Correct.
So let me show you. So,
It doesn't look like a bad
okay, I don't know if you understand. Okay, so this is Second Place right here. So this is their driveway in Second Place.
So I don't think it's an issue because the cars come from this way.
Correct. However, it is, look at this, is it coming from this way, right? I mean, they did go in, so oops, so maybe you cut it down a little bit, or they need to shape them.
So if I'm coming up this street and turning, I look that way. If I'm going this way and I get to the light, can I see the cars coming that way?
Well,
I think I can. Or the
okay,
side, I mean.
okay,
I
so
do have
this is-
actual
this is like
photographs
their-
if it would
their
help you.
driveway. So wait,
One
I
second.
just want,
Mr. Chairman, did you take the photographs?
I took the photographs.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what they purport to represent? They've not been altered or?
No. Well, I did draw on one of them to show you a
Okay.
car that's parked
But
in.
other than the obvious drawing, they have not been otherwise altered?
No.
It's up to the chairman whether or not to accept the photograph.
so, yeah.
We'll take that in evidence.
So look, this is Second Place, so that's their driveway. Now, it's all, everything's overgrown, it all needs to be, trimmed. Correct. Trimmed. Well, because you can't even see the house. So wait, here, this is Second. I know, but this is Second, and then this is Caroline Avenue. Okay, so they did cut down something here, but this is, I'm sorry. So now this is the end of Caroline. This is somebody else's driveway, so they're gonna have to definitely catty corner that, because that's for sure. So that's over here.
When you pull out of this driveway, the cars that you gotta look for are that way, not that way.
Well, no, because you're coming down. This is a very busy street. This is a very busy
So
street.
right
Carol.
here, oh, and she's,
Yeah.
so may I ask you, I see from, one of our board members inspected, so we're just trying to review that. I see from your diagram here, it says 8-foot clear site, triangle. That's your proposal, or that exists?
Right now,
With your neighbor's driveway, I'm sorry.
Right now, there are presently bushes there that we must remove, but I wasn't gonna hire a company twice
No, that's
to come
okay.
back. So
Yeah,
I was
okay.
just gonna have it all done in one shot.
So part of your proposal here today is to create an 8-foot clear site visibility there, because it's next to your neighbor's driveway, right?
That is correct.
Right, that's there. So that's what I noticed. So now this is going down Caroline. Okay, so.
It's all right.
I'm going this way.
Can I have my calendar? Thank you.
This is this way. So this is Caroline. It's not really going over, it's just very tall.
That's the northwest corner of the property, right?
Yeah.
Of course. Did you expect less?
They cut something in the corner already.
So that's the one we already wanted a clear site?
It was already done prior to this. She said it's not.
No, she said it's not done.
See, that's the one she's gonna do. Correct. Right. This is coming up to the corner now, right here. Yeah.
So I'm driving up here.
This is the end of the corner.
And
There it is.
Right.
Sorry, I had to keep going back and forth because they really cut a bush. That is
That one doesn't seem dangerous because you can see it.
this is really cut. This one is see the cutback. That was cut.
Is that
No, that's over here.
Because that corner, when you show me the thing you showed, it doesn't look like it's creating a visibility issue for the intersection. Right? What do you think? On your site plan, it indicates 20-foot clear site, and it shows somewhat of a catty corner. Is that because that's a proposal, or that what you believe exists already?
We did have 3 bushes that were there last year when the original complaint was made. As soon as we were aware that it became a problem, we did cut down the bushes that were, so the stumps are still there.
Yeah, I saw
But
that.
again, I was gonna have a contractor come in and rip out whatever needed ripped out all at the same time,
So
instead of
you're-
having them come back twice.
So your proposal is, at the very least, to make sure there's a 20-foot clear sight triangle on that intersection corner.
That is
And
correct.
to create an 8-foot clear sight triangle where at your neighbor's driveway, where you're.
Yes, correct.
So, Ms. Perry, when she visited the property, inspected it, took photographs, and it looks as though the living fence, which is very attractive, goes all the way to your driveway, whereas the site plan shows it stopping at the front of the house. I'm guessing that's because someone thought that was the only relevant part, because that was that front of the house. But since you're on a
That's what
corner,
I
you
was
have,
told, to deal specifically with what we are talking about.
but I believe in order for you to have the bushes continue on that other front yard, if you will, that should probably be before us also, because it goes all the way to your driveway, right?
It does go to the driveway, correct? But there is a distance, I mean, it's far
Agreed.
back.
I agree, but usually any fence forward of the dwelling, and if you're on a corner, unfortunately, you have 2 forwards of the dwelling, and sometimes it's a principal side yard, but at any rate, we'll address it, but you wish to keep that also.
I would if it's,
Northwest corner, it's cut back. That's okay. That gets cut
This
back.
needs to be maintained at a 20 foot.
Yes.
This needs to be cut back 8, and are the rest of it okay?
We'll talk about it after.
Is there anything else you'd like to add, ma'am?
there is one additional thing that I did want to mention. I don't know how relevant it is, or you feel it's relevant. I have compiled a list of 11 different species of birds, as well as rabbits and squirrels, that we have identified using the photographs and sound identification on the Merlin Bird ID by the Cornell Lab of Ornithology. And there is a list of 11 species of birds that are currently nesting in those bushes, and that is one of the main reasons we would like to keep them.
We'll accept that in evidence.
It's the Merlin, M-E-R-L-I-N?
MERLIN, Bird Identification App by Cornell Labs.
Okay, thank you.
How many complaints did you get? Just one?
We got one a couple of years ago, and my husband went out with a hedge clipper and cut them back, and they came and re-inspected, and they said it was fine.
Do you happen to know did someone say I can't see at the intersection, or?
They won't tell us why or who. It's just, this is all I have.
It's okay.
Just these.
Okay, thank you. How long ago was that?
These were issued on 6/21/23.
And there's a second one?
Both issued on the same date, number 116 and 117.
And after that was, your husband clipped some things? Did you have any subsequent complaints?
He took a chainsaw and sawed it.
How'd
so
you, what led you to think, how did you know which ones you thought the complaint was about?
20 feet, it was 20 feet from the corner to make it easier for the,
Did the complaint say, hey, the clear sight triangle, or how'd
nobody
you figure
could
out which to
complain
cut?
to us personally about the edges, just the inspector said to trim it down.
The inspector told us to trim it back because he said that the law is 20 feet from the corner. He did say that there could be a possibility that somebody would have trouble seeing, but if you can look at the pictures that I submitted, there is a no parking here to corner sign that all of the neighbors all park on that corner.
Wait, but just to get back to the issue, so the inspector informed you, basically, you were able to figure out what the issue was, because the inspector told you, and that was the clear sight triangle on the corner, and that's what you trimmed?
Correct.
Correct.
So, and since that was done, you've not received any other complaints, so we can pretty much figure out that's the issue someone had.
Correct.
We have not received any complaints, no.
Any other questions? Does that conclude your presentation, ma'am? Anything else you'd like to add, any of you? No?
Well, the only concern that we did have was the cars that park consistently on that corner.
That's not,
We don't
outside of our
have jurisdiction over that.
Okay.
All right?
Understood.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the, hold on, one moment. Are you here on this case, sir? Pardon
Okay.
me?
Come up. Come up, sir. Speak into the microphone. Did you sign in, sir? Where's the sheet? He's interested.
You're gonna have to speak way up.
Anthony Giangrasso. I live at 105 Chester Avenue, Garden City, New York, 11530. I received notice of this.
Sir, can you please speak in the mic, because our
I'm sorry.
reporter's online, and she has
Okay.
Where is that?
I'm not the one who made the complaint against you. I want to let you know that. However, I got this notice of this board meeting, and what struck me was people are asking for permission to have a 15-foot high living fence. Now, this ceiling is probably a little about 15 feet. That struck me as ridiculous. So I'd like to know, are you giving permission for the people to have a 15-foot high fence next to my property?
Where's his property?
First of all, I'm not quite sure where your property is. You said you're on Chester
I'm
Avenue?
on 282 Caroline Avenue,
Oh, I'm sorry.
next door.
For starters, we're not giving any permission right now, because we have to deliberate as a board. We're
Right,
each only
but I'm just saying what the notice said.
But I will just say one thing. In Garden City, there are a lot of high living fences, meaning shrubbery, that make it beautiful, but we'll only know when we deliberate about it. Let me just find you on the...
Mr. Giangrasso, when you signed in as having an address at 105 Chester
I
Avenue.
live in Garden City. I don't, this is a rental property I have next door.
Oh, I see.
I'm the owner of the rental property.
And what about, what...
Which rental property is that?
282.
All right,
Hold
wait
on.
a
No,
minute.
no, no,
Hold
we asked
on.
the question.
There's not going to be a dialogue here.
What is it about a 15-foot living, whoa, hold on.
Just use your imagination, I'll tell you what.
I get the
all right.
height, but what about that is offensive?
Yeah.
If it's not a safety issue?
Okay, well, my property is, I think, 40 foot wide. I have fences on both sides. A little claustrophobic already. However, to put a 15-foot hedge a certain distance away from my property is going to enclose it more. And I don't think the line of sight will be gone, and will feel like you're living in a tunnel.
Your line
So
of
that's-
sight,
That's my opinion,
Okay.
and that's why I'm here.
So
Okay?
it's offensive because it encloses,
It's too high, that's why it's offensive.
Okay.
I don't care if it's low, it doesn't bother me. And they have a hedge there already, it doesn't bother me.
no, no.
But if it's gonna go 15 feet, then I have a problem.
And just a minute.
I don't really know.
And,
what
and
hedge to-
Mr. Giangrasso,
Yeah,
if it's 15 foot high, if the board were to consider granting the height, how does it block your view, and to what does it block your view?
well, to look north from the building.
To look
you're
south
gonna
from
see a
your
hedge.
building?
Yes, from
To
my
look
building.
south from your building?
looking north from your house, you wouldn't see the hedge.
Right.
Really?
No. Looking south, you'll see the hedge. But what is it that you'd like to see that a 15-foot high hedge would obstruct?
Well, I don't live
sky,
there. My
I mean,
tenants
the
live there.
planes coming in?
And I know, I live in Garden City, I look out the window, I used to see the sky. A guy put up a mega mansion next to me, and I don't see the sky
Ne-
anymore.
Next to you where,
In
sir?
Garden City.
Yeah, but where? North, south, east, west?
That was just north of my house.
Just north?
Because
Okay.
we're mostly going
All right,
green when
let's
it's not
cut
a
it,
safety
cut
issue,
it.
so.
All right.
Well,
Okay.
I'm just offering my opinion. I didn't like the
Okay.
idea of a 15-foot hedge. That's all.
Okay,
That's all I'm
thank you.
saying.
Anything else you'd like to add? Anything else you'd like to add?
The bushes have been there for almost 20 years, and they are beautiful.
But they were much smaller. Okay,
When
we
I
understand
planted
that.
them, they were like that
Okay,
big.
we understand. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed, that the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Each of you have signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you all for coming and participating. Safe home.
Have a nice day, all.
Thank you.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Next, we have case 48024 near Westbury, Caledonia Climbing Incorporated, doing business as Gravity Vault. Special exception to use part of premises for a place of public assembly and amusement, proposed rock climbing walls, also known as 1500 through 1504 Old Country Road. Take a seat and state your name and addresses for the record.
Good afternoon. J.R. DeCiccio, Greenberg Chorig, 900 Stewart Avenue, Garden City, New York, 11530. Attorney for the applicant.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Mark Davidson. I am the owner of the business, and we're looking to build at 1500 Old Country Road in Westbury, New York. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm here this afternoon. Yes, I did. I'm here this afternoon representing Caledonia Climbing Company. They do business under the name of Gravity Vault. To my left is Mr. Mark Davidson. He is the operator of the facility, and he'll be happy to answer any questions regarding the operations. I have a handout here that I'd like to present to the board. I think that's enough.
So,
Is there anyone else here on this particular case? There's no one else on it. Okay.
Okay,
is this Gravity Vault related to the one in Melville?
it is.
Is it a franchise or a?
Yeah, so we're looking to open the second facility in Westbury. We currently have one in Melville, and then across the country we have 11 other facilities, mostly in the tri-state area, but we do have a facility in Texas and California.
Are they all owned by the same franchisee, or are there multiple franchisees? Or is it corporate?
Yeah, there are multiple franchisees. We have 4 corporate locations that are owned by corporate in New Jersey, and we have 8 operating locations with various franchisees. I also own the franchise in Melville.
So this would be your second one?
This would actually be my 3rd one. I own one in Poughkeepsie, New York, upstate. I own one in Melville, and this will be my 3rd location, 2nd on Long Island. Yeah.
You correct me if I'm wrong, but you proposed to open this in what was formerly the mall at Fortunoff Mall? Okay.
Like with Cheesecake Factory and that?
Yeah.
So we're
Yeah.
getting a lot of applications for various kinds of activities there. Like it's becoming sort of an activities-based place.
Yeah, so over the past few years, there has been a transformation of the mall from the traditional retail to more of the dining and entertainment uses. So this use is consistent with a lot of other uses at the mall. There's a Dave & Buster's, there's an Empire Adventure Park, a Rico's Escape Room, Smash It Pickleball, and an X-Golf facility. So if you're looking at the mall, the facility is located on the east side of the building. It faces Merchants Concourse, and it has approximately 18,000 square feet. There's no food or alcohol served at the site. They offer a variety of day passes. They have different membership types. They have a USA Climbing sanctioned youth climbing teams. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if you were going to ask me a question. I'm sorry. Okay. So I said there was no food prepared at the site. The hours, well, the number of employees, there'll be about 10 full-time employees, 30 part-time employees. At the most busy hours, there'll be about 10 employees. The hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Saturday and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Normally, in applications such as this, we see a parking variance is often paramount because Long Island, there's a lot of parking needed. Here, it looks as though the only variance you seek is a special exception to use the premises for the proposed climbing wall.
That's correct. Yeah, it's our understanding that a parking relaxation was granted to the mall, I think in 2021. And this use falls within the parameters of that previous approval.
When you say a parking relaxation, what do you mean by that?
I think the mall received a overall parking relaxation back in 2021, and as long as different tenants come in and out, as long as the tenant complies with the parameters of that relaxation, then there's no need for additional relief.
Whenever we grant a parking variance to a particular mall, my bad. If there's a 10-space parking variance for a restaurant and they leave and the next tenant comes in and it's a retail store and they need a 10-spot variance, they're already grandfathered in, so to speak, because that 10 spot runs with it. So are you saying, so yes, we have granted variances to the mall recently for particular businesses.
Correct.
But when you say it was granted as long as it complies with that,
Well,
what do you mean?
There was an overall parking variance granted to the mall about, I think, 3 years ago, and
And what are the requirements you got to comply with, though?
Well, that would be for the, go ahead.
Just ask you?
Sure.
Oh, I got my mic on. When you say as long as we comply with the conditions of that, what do you know those conditions to be?
Well, when we made application, The denial only cited the use, the special permit. That was the only necessity. The building department reviewed it, and we complied with, our proposal complies with whatever parking is required.
Right, but you mentioned earlier, as
But
long
there-
as we comply
right,
with the conditions of the...
There was a parking variance granted by this board, an overall parking variance granted by this board
But
to
what are the
to the mall.
conditions? Oh,
I just meant that we're...
as long as we
we-
qualify, you
yeah,
mean?
well, let's say there was 3,000 parkings, it was 5,000 required, 3,000 provided. We're not going over that.
Like, you weren't denied for parking, I understand, but when you said that you comply with the conditions, that's what
I shouldn't have used the word condition, and I
Right.
shouldn't have used the word relaxation. I should have used
Either
variance.
way, so we're back to the only variance you need is the special exception, right?
Correct.
Good enough for me.
Thank you.
She doesn't go there anymore.
Anything else you'd like to add, sir?
That's it.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's read.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have cases 48124 through 48224 Baldwin, Aziz Quad doing business as ASQ Realty Corporation. Special exception to maintain religious use in existing building, waive off-street parking in conjunction with religious use, also known as 2394 Grand Avenue.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Marcelo Cohen.
I'm sorry, could you please speak directly? Yeah.
My name is Marcelo Cohen. I'm an architect. My company is Delargent Design, which is located at 2963 Holiday Park Drive in Merrick, New York, 11566.
Your relationship to the applicant?
Sure. Well, I am the architect.
And they gave you permission to represent them?
Yes, they did.
Please continue.
Okay. Well, I have been retained by my client, Pastor Harold Gaston, to maintain a religious use on this space and to obtain a parking waiver as well. He's the tenant of the space located at 2394 Grand Avenue in Baldwin, New York. And just to give you a little background of my client, Pastor Harold Gaston, he's an Haitian American. He's a full-time healthcare worker. He has completed his studies at the Bible Seminary at the Bethel Church in Harlem. He was ordained and licensed back in 2010. And after searching for a suitable location to practice his ministry, in 2017 he determined that the town of Baldwin was the right fit. And there was, as there is a large Haitian American community in the area who could actually benefit from having a ministry of their own. His church serves the community by providing conferences and classes on location for education on mental health, social services, and crime prevention.
Sir?
Yes.
A question. It's unusual that this is doing business as ASQ Realty Corp. For a religious institution.
Okay. No, what happens is that the owner of the building is AZ Squad. So the owner of the building is the one that's listed in the application.
ASQ?
ASQ, yes. They are the owners of the building, and
Okay.
I'm representing the tenant. And of course, therefore, the owner of the building as well.
But it's kind of, seems incongruous that they want a religious use, but the entity is a realty entity.
Right, well, it is a corporation that owns the building. They are the owners of the building, and my client is renting the space.
Oh, so the owner of the building is not the one who seeks to...
Exactly, yes.
They're going to rent it to a religious...
Exactly, exactly.
Do you have that entity already selected, or no? Do they already know who's renting it?
Oh, yes, yes.
Who?
Yes, they do. It is the,
Because we need to take into account the nature of that business, the parking requirements, all that, how many people are in the congregation to try
Sure,
to
yeah.
determine
I'll tell
if
you
the
that.
parking is sufficient.
Of course. I'll tell you that. The name of the entity is the House of the Living God.
Do we know, is there anyone else here, are any of the principals here with you?
No.
How do we know how the House of the Living God came about? Are there certificates of incorporation, or are they not-for-profit?
Okay, well, I'm trying to, as I was reading to you, I was giving you the background of my clients.
Okay.
And, okay, so I was
Please
saying
continue.
that he graduated he got his license as a minister back in 2010.
Can you, I apologize.
Oh, I'm
But
sorry.
it's harder to hear up here than you think,
Yeah.
and there's a fan going. When you
I'm
say
sorry,
he,
yeah.
can you say, rather than have he, like, John Smith graduated,
Yeah.
John Smith, the owner, graduated, whatever, so.
Okay.
So I can follow.
Okay, so I'll speed up. So I was saying that his church serves as a community by providing conferences and classes on location and education and mental health. Okay. This is the minister, Pastor Harold Gaston, who happens to be the tenant. He's my client. Harold Gaston, Gaston.
And you say he's the minister and the tenant. Is the church already operating?
Yes.
How long has it been operating?
Well, it's been on since 2017. Then, due for COVID, it was not operating for over 2.5 years, and then they went back.
So it opened in 2017.
Yes.
And under Harold Gascon.
Yes.
And I guess what you're saying is they took a break during COVID or something?
Exactly. Yes.
How long have they been back operating?
Well, they have been back. I think in 2021. That's when we were told that we needed to go for, or he was told that he needed to go for a variance, and so ever since he was told to do that, he was advised not to continue operating the space without a permit.
So he hasn't been?
No. So
Now, can you tell us some of the information we need in order to evaluate whether or not the area and the local parking can sustain, can take?
Sure.
A religious establishment, or any other for that matter, that provides no parking on the site, are things like the hours of operation, the number of congregants, the number of employees, stuff like that. Can you give us all those specifics?
Sure. Well, the hours of operation, they're mainly only on Sundays, and they happen, I think, from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. or 1 o'clock p.m. And I think occasionally during the week, I think as members need some kind of assistance or anything, they may meet them occasionally during the week. But the main operation is on Sundays.
Do they have events there like birthday parties, weddings, baptisms?
No, what they do is that they offer classes. They offer classes for.
Hold on, let's not skip over it. So, because we often have conditions, so they don't do baptismals, they don't do weddings, they don't do birthday parties.
No. The place is not
They
big enough
don't
for that.
otherwise let people come in and have events in some sort of special party room?
Not that I'm aware
Okay,
of.
so none of that. Now, is there a food service, is there a kitchen on the premises?
No. If they need something for a local event, they cater it.
What kind of event would that be?
This is a small place, so they cannot accommodate a large amount of people. But I think sometimes they have like a birthday celebration of one of the members.
Wait, hold on. We just went over that and you said they don't have birthday celebrations. Nothing
large that they invite. I mean, all items, all things that they do within them. They don't invite anybody outside of the congregation to do anything.
And they don't rent out party space?
No.
And how many congregates do they have right now?
Right now, they have 35 congregants.
35?
35.
Is that
35 families or 35 individuals?
35, altogether 35 congregants, not families. It's a very small place. And if you look at the drawings that were provided, we are not planning on having more than 49 people at any one time using the space.
So 35 congregants, and how many employees?
The employees, I think they only have 2 employees, and actually all the employees that they have are voluntary workers. There's nobody.
what
They're
workers?
voluntary. They're voluntary.
Okay, I'm looking at one of the diagrams, and it shows a building, and it looks like there are, it says tenant 1, tenant 2, and
Yes.
the writing is so small I can't read the third. Adjacent building, which appears to be...
Right. So the owner of the building, okay, it's, my client is a tenant 1.
Okay, okay. Hold on, I want to ask you.
Yes.
So this site plan appears to contain a structure, and the structure appears to have 3 separate businesses, if you will.
Right.
The first one says adjacent building, not part of this application.
Exactly.
The middle one is hatched as your application.
Yes.
And it says existing one-story building, church, tenant
Right.
1.
Yes.
The next one says existing one-story building, nail salon, tenant 2. But
That's
that
correct.
that one is not marked as not part of this application.
No, what happens is that it's the same ownership. I think that was a question that we had when we first filed for this application, because it is the same owner the same owner owns the space for tenant 1 and for tenant 2. But in our case, we are only considering the tenant 1 space.
Okay, well, hold on. So the other, is that not part of the same building, the one that's marked adjacent building but appears to be connected?
No, it's a different ownership.
Okay, so as it relates to tenant 1 and 2, that's the same owner, and you're only coming for relief as it relates to the hatch
Exactly, only the tenant 1, yes.
portion. Now, did you want to go over the required parking as calculated by the
Well,
building
as you can
department?
see, as you can see in the site plan drawing, we determined that if altogether, if we were to use all the per the floor area that we have, if we wanted to use 100% of the floor area, we would need 86. We would have 86. We could maximize the space by having 86 people. But like I told you, we are not going to have 86 people. We have 49. That will be the maximum. That is for our space, the tenant 1 space. And the parking for that, it would be 29 spaces. So we would be required to provide 29 spaces just for this if we were to maximize the amount of people in the space, which we are not.
On your grid that provides the parking calculations, it includes tenant 2, which is the other building owned by the same owner.
Right, yes.
And it says, so let me do, tenant 1 says the square feet is 1,999.
Right.
It goes on to say, as you've indicated, that 86 people, 29 spots, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Then it says tenant 2, owned by the same owner. The net square footage is 1,012, slightly larger.
Right.
Which is not consistent with the picture.
No.
Because the picture shows the hatched area much larger than the tenant 2 area.
Yeah, it is, but based on the nature of the business next door, the requirements are different.
Wait, I'm still on the square footage.
No.
So your grid shows tenant 1 square footage is 999. Tenant 2 square footage is 1,012.
Right.
So almost the same, 13 square feet, right?
Yes. Yes.
But if you look at the drawing, it's clear that tenant 1 is a much larger space.
Yes, it is.
So we'll have to figure out what that discrepancy is. So now, on your parking analysis, it shows 29 spots for tenant 1 and 6 spots for tenant 2. What's the business in tenant 2? Nail salon.
It's a nail salon.
And who calculated that the nail salon needs 6 spaces? Because again, you said that the only one before us is tenant 1, but it looks like tenant 2 is before us too. Because the net total parking requirement on your grid is 35, which is the 29 tenant 1 and 6 tenant 2.
Right, yeah. I believe in the nail salon, we're only calculating the parking requirements for the area where they're going to be serving, they're going to be doing, doing the work for the people who come to get their nails done. Okay, so people who are getting served only.
Am I?
999. The grid shows this is 112. Clearly, that's bullshit.
No, it's impossible.
Then it shows. I just want to try and understand the numbers, because some of the paperwork seems to indicate the variance sought here is encompassing both tenant 1 and tenant 2 and both owned by the owner.
Right. No, like I told you, when we first applied for this variance, we were advised to show it like this, indicating the tenant space that belongs to the same ownership next to us so in our calculations. Even though we are just seeking relief for our space, we were told to show the adjacent space as well, because
Yeah,
it's the
but-
same ownership.
I mean, the adjacent space you've shown here is more square footage than the space you're here for, but just by going by square footage, your space needs 29 parking spots, and the larger space, it indicates here, needs only 6, which
because-
by,
right.
by square footage doesn't really make sense, but we can reconcile that ourselves.
Okay.
So let me just make sure I understand.
Sure.
So you have 35 congregants, you're never going above 49, you have no parties, you don't rent out the space, there's no
Nope.
kitchen, you
Nope.
don't have baptismals, weddings, any of that
No.
stuff. Because when we consider this and deliberate, those matter to us, especially when it relates to a parking variance, so we can feel more comfortable saying, okay, if that's all the spots they need, then as long as they don't have all these things and we put a condition in that they're not having parties or birthdays or baptismals or weddings, then that may mean that the parking is going to be sufficient.
No, like I told you, anything that they do is for members, just for if they do anything, will be just for members of the congregation. They don't do anybody from the outside, and they don't invite anybody out. And
Now,
the only thing that they have is they have a classroom in the back that it's also for Sunday school for school.
How many students will that classroom accommodate?
The students, I think we have 3 at a time. I think they schedule the timing and they have 3 at a time.
And that's only on Saturdays. That's
Only on
not at school
Sundays.
during
Yeah.
the week.
And my understanding is that, like I said before, during the week, if any of the congregants...
Wait, slow down. During the week, what?
During the week, if my understanding is that if any of the congregants need some kind of special assistance or they need to talk to someone, they go and they meet with them. And,
With who? Like with the...
with the pastor, right, to help them out.
So
yeah.
they do some individual counseling with the pastor.
Exactly, yes.
And you mentioned something about food.
He did.
No, it's that, like I
They don't have
said,
other service where people come and
No.
get food donations? I thought you mentioned something.
no,
about-
no, no,
And
no.
your client will agree to all those conditions, is that correct? Should we decide, got it.
And then what I wanted to say is that, you know, I'm sure you visited the site, but if you see there's ample parking in the streets, you know, Grand Avenue, and right behind the property, there's a parking area that it's for more than 110 cars. Okay, so right behind our site, there's plenty of parking if someone needs to. However, also my understanding is that most of the congregants come there by public transportation, by taxis. Only if, not many come by cars, so they don't really need cars.
So,
Okay?
another thing we do when we look at parking variances is to figure out times when, like, let's say if there was a bar, the bar's at night, the church is in the day. No,
Yeah.
the church is in the day. So I'm going to ask you a few things. So as far as I understand it, Sunday from whatever, 9 in the morning
9:30.
till 1 o'clock.
Right.
Saturdays, you have some small number of children who may be in a class. And from time to time, some congregant may wish to speak with the pastor personally. Other than that, during the week, it's not in use.
No.
So for example, the other businesses would have more access, so that we call that a non-simultaneous.
Exactly, yes. Yeah.
Okay,
You're
so
right.
Saturdays and Sundays is it, except for 1 or 2 people showing up randomly?
Exactly, yeah. Mainly Sundays is the, you know, the parking issues. So that's it.
No, because when we could deliberate, we'll consider the fact that the request here is only for Sundays from 9 to 1, Saturdays, those classes are in the morning,
I believe, I'm not really sure.
so 9 to 4 Sundays?
Let's say something like that.
For limited
Yeah.
classes?
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Saturday.
Saturdays. And then, other than that, it's not really used other than?
No, just occasionally for individual advice or help to someone.
Okay, that helps us a lot.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
Move that.
Not? Motion.
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you very much.
All in
Thank you.
favor? Any opposed? How is Stephanie doing? Want to ask? She always does. 3:30. Patrick, ask Stephanie whether or not she needs a break. She does. We're going to take a 10-minute recess to give the court reporter a chance to exercise her fingers. All right, we'll be back at 3:40.
one house. He could have put it up on either side.
I don't know about that.
Why?
Well, I don't know what the building department would have said. Because it's not like I said to you on the phone.
I know.
I don't know. I didn't ask you. You're asking hypothetical questions about what the building department.
How did they determine that you could put a house up on that side?
By concluding that there was a legally non-conforming lot width on
Put a whole
Cornelius.
Well, on this side, you have single and separate, right? But
You do, but
this
there's
had
one
a
lot.
house address on it, number 17.
I know, but I don't see any evidence of that.
No, I checked the assessments.
So,
No.
what do you know? I don't know.
Been to wonder that myself too, you know?
Yeah, you got that one. Each day that passes,
How are you?
hello, each day that passes, I know less and less. Soon I will know nothing. Soon my brain will be bereft.
You'll be up along with Mr. Biden.
Mr. Who?
Mr. Biden.
Oh.
You'll have to start doing cover-ups. So you came back last night?
I did.
Jet blue?
Yes.
Any delays?
Thankfully, no.
I know. They're getting a little better again.
Yeah, great. The flight was like 2 hours and 20.
I know. Sometimes it takes you longer to get out to the Hamptons than...
You got that right. Patrick?
This is a marginal investment.
A what?
A marginal investment if this gets turned down.
You mean
For
not a
the
big
builder.
loss for him? Because he bought it at the auction?
He paid over $700 demo and everything, plus a lot of money to build this thing.
So you're saying it's not a big profit?
If he doesn't get this, he might even lose money. I don't know. It's not my problem. It's yours.
You'll cover that, I suppose.
No, I won't. So you're dealing with. Who do you? This is Glenn Miller, right? No, who's this? Who's this?
Jonathan
Jonathan Miller, right.
and Frank Pizzati.
Right, I don't think I ever met Frank.
I never met him in person.
Is Glenn around these days?
I have no idea. I don't know if I know him.
Yeah, you probably did some stuff in Oyster Bay for him. I think we did something with Glenn. We did, what's his name? Glenn, who's that, the guy, he does kitchens too. We did some stuff in America. Yeah, Glenn, Lee Kirsch. You've done Lee Kirsch's work. I would assume that's what the K was.
He always called me.
He's an exchange dude too.
Never
man.
wanted to pay.
They got too much money to deal with us peasants.
Oh, he was another one of these guys that never wanted to pay.
I know. So cool. See, all of these lots are non, except for this one, non-conforming. Because it's in the AA zone.
Yep. But most of them are non-conforming as to area, not as to width.
Right. But you got 1, 2, 3 as width.
Yeah, look, it's a good case.
You got this one here.
It's a good case, but that doesn't mean anything anymore.
So on that board, the only person that would be familiar with Betty Blake is Joe Pellegrini. Pellegrini.
That's what I said.
Not Greeno?
No, I didn't go Pellegrino like water.
So that's why all these AABB zones.
I remember.
Mr. Terra, have you seen, I guess you haven't seen Glenn sit around, or his sister.
Nope.
I haven't seen or heard from them in years. To work with Bobby Always ever send your work?
I like it.
No, I don't think he does too much lately.
The only kind of work he ever sent me was prompts.
Well,
That he,
right,
you know,
right. He created.
well, I don't know that he created them, but they were beyond his desire or
Right.
ability.
He's got a subdivision coming up in Point Lookout.
Oh, yeah? So who's doing that?
I don't know. He's a good guy. I think he's okay.
I like Bob. I really did. I remember when Andy introduced me to Bob.
Andy.
And I thought, he said, this is my son Bob. And I thought to myself, he's joking.
What did you say? I know.
No. I didn't say it because I thought, at first I thought it, and then I just went along. I said, nice to meet you. I wasn't going to start laughing and say, you're kidding, right?
Wait, did you ever meet Andy's wife? Did you ever see?
I think I might have.
I never met her. All I ever heard was rumors, you know? You like the same sex.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a rumor. I think that was true.
Huh?
I think he told me.
Oh, did he?
I think so.
I remember, is Rudy still around? Actually, what's his name just told me. I didn't know Vinny DeRosa passed away. But,
Is Nick the studios told me?
yeah. Well,
He must be.
he works for the county now.
Doing what?
I don't know. He's in the county, you know.
So his uncle Nick now is the Uncle Pete.
So I
He's got to be 90.
maybe, maybe not quite.
So he was a contemporary of wasn't he?
Yeah.
Bill would be in his 90s. Bill's 30, Bill would be 95.
Really?
He's 30 years old.
So what are these interns or,
Yeah, I guess.
are they, grandchildren of,
Something.
fourth floor?
Yeah, yeah, something like that.
Related to, Kate Murray? So do we have any opinion of this amendment? For the
Present?
week? Yeah.
I don't think, well, I think, I don't know if he's an objector. It's a guy, I think it's a guy who called me up. He's
Is he
from
here?
Davis, yeah.
He's on the back street?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
okay.
I guess that's not claims, it's a private road.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Did you go back in that road?
I didn't.
That's the, this all illegal, multi-family, non-conforming.
He doesn't, I think he just, he is.
Make sure you're not accessing.
Right.
But the fire department is one, right.
But does he get it? And that's it. And we gave it to him.
So your office in Merrick Avenue?
Yeah, I'm gonna close it next spring.
I was just gonna send, Steve to talk to you again.
Why?
Because he needs money. He's gotta get a renewal.
I'm done with that.
Yep. So Carol works out of her house. Yeah, right.
The only issue I have is file storage and my server, you know,
Right,
and my copier.
right.
So I gotta figure that out, but I have time to figure it all out. And that's it. Hello.
How you doing? I meant to say hi earlier.
You doing good? You look good.
Thank you. I dropped a few pounds since last year.
No, I've seen you since you lost weight. Staying out of trouble?
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
I might beat me up today.
Uh-oh. Well, maybe you're at the end of the calendar. Is that what? So then hopefully they'll be tired by then. Because the air conditioning here isn't so great.
Wait, didn't you have the, birds and stuff in the morning?
I adjourned that case. So I got this guy that wants to, like, he rescues, like, squirrels and stuff. He wants to come out of his house. I ended up adjourning the case. The client says, we're not sure it's going to get approved. You know?
That's that James Caldwell?
Yeah.
Did he build, he didn't build those townhouses on Common? Was he part of it?
No, he actually works here. He's a custodian.
Ah, okay.
He's a guy who just got his license as a rescue animals. I don't know what the town is about that. I tried finding numbers. I couldn't find any.
You can find some pigeon coop cases.
Actually, years ago, what's his name, in the East Meadow, for what's his name, yeah. In East Meadow, they were granted, but, I don't even know if they're still alive, the, owners.
I don't think it's. I know that it's. They actually got variances.
Yeah.
And we did it with, and we, I know we had one with homing pigeons too.
Right.
Is that what they, same one?
I think it's the
Or
same one.
different?
No, I think, he had a couple of properties. Who was that in East Meadow? That was, I'm never gonna remember that.
I appreciate the insight.
They did grant it.
Yeah.
That was right near, what's his name?
You know what you
Jimmy-
do? If you go offer up, you know, a limited duration grant to renew. Say you'll come back in a year or come back in 2 years. So if there's a problem, right. Exactly. And as long as he's there's no issues, they'll renew it. Patrick, you don't want green cards, do you? Do you want green cards? Okay, I wasn't sure if you wanted them. No, I thought they were mine. You could have them.
They're mine.
Here's the green cards to go with them. Sure, if you don't mind.
No, just give us grants and we don't need this shit anymore. It says. How many read?
We had the big red side forever, then I broke it down like that.
Today's been a crazy afternoon again.
Yeah, I was gonna say it felt like Halloween, isn't it? It was a little unusual. That's what I said.
I know.
Hello.
Good.
Well.
Yourself? Hope Gana doesn't get pissed at us. Gana.
Now what?
Who built the house? You know who built the house?
I'll explain.
You sure you want to explain it?
I have to. You got a permit for it. I'll have to explain it on the notice.
Wait, what's
The
the
only
notice for?
variance associated with that house is
Subdivision.
Is the subdivision and to maintain it on a lesser lot.
And it's still over 8,000 square feet.
It's no less compliant than it was when it was the whole thing.
Just make sure you explain that this house was in the state and it went to public auction and all that. You know that?
Yeah, I do know that from the, yeah.
Because the letters, that's all they refer to, how it was maintained. You probably can't help it.
Well, I think they're talking about since he bought it.
Yeah?
I'm not that
That's it, you know, I was called to tell them, clean this shit up. People, you gotta please the eye. You wanna get up?
eventually. I want to get up.
Next, we have cases 48324 Wantua, GMKJ Enterprises Incorporated, variances, subdivision of lot, front width from an on-street line to front setback line, construct dwelling with garage, Plot A, west side of Hannington Avenue, 100.54 feet south of Post Avenue, as well as case 48424 Wantua, GMKJ Enterprises Incorporated, variances, subdivision of lot, maintained dwelling with with garage on lesser lot, Plot B, also known as 1773 Cornelius Avenue.
Yes.
State your name and address for the record.
Appearing for the applicant, Howard Avertine, 2116 Merrick Avenue, Merrick.
Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmont, New York, 11710.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is the application of GMKJ Enterprises Incorporated for variances required in order to subdivide a parcel of property into 2 lots and to construct a single-family dwelling on each lot as depicted in the plans before the board. The subject premises is located on the easterly side of Cornelius Avenue, 100 feet south of Post Avenue in Wantaw. The property has a width of 50 feet and extends easterly to the westerly side of Hannington Avenue. The property has a total lot area of 16,450 square feet. It has a street address of 1773 Cornelius Avenue and is also known as Section 56, Block 252, lots 32, 117, 32, 117, and 232 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. The property is split zoned. The westerly portion of the property is located in the Residence BB district, and the remainder of the property is located in the Residence AA district. Both districts have a minimum lot area of 6,000 square feet. I'm sorry, 8,000 square feet, my mistake, and a minimum lot width of 60 feet. The applicant acquired the property in 2021. The applicant applied for a permit to demolish the existing home, which had frontage on Cornelius Avenue, and to construct a new home in its place. A building permit was issued, and the home is substantially complete. By this application, the applicant seeks a lot width variance in order to construct a second home, this one with frontage on Hannington Avenue, on the easterly side of the property. The variance required is for lot width for the home on Hannington Avenue. 60 feet is required, 50.26 feet is proposed. The existing home fronting on Cornelius will have a total lot area of 8,000 square feet in compliance with the residence BB zoning district requirements.
Why didn't that need a front width at the street, the existing house? Or main?
Because the parcel was legally non-conforming as to width, at least on the Cornelius Avenue side, Mr.
Right.
Pellegrini. And so when the house was demolished, the building department recognized its legally non-conforming status in that regard and issued a building permit, since that parcel was not held in common ownership with either any parcel to the north or to the south since at least 1940, or the chain indicates. So the building department interpreted this as saying, well, it complies in every respect other than the width, which is legally non-conforming, so they issued the building permit and they were able to proceed with the
And
construction.
they don't lose their non-conformity because it was a demoed house and completely rebuilt?
Correct. Not as to the
Because
width.
the non-conforming was as to the lot itself.
Correct. And it complied in every other respect with the code.
Do you happen to have a copy of the non-conforming application?
I don't think there was a non-conforming application, but I know that the records show that there was a dwelling on the property, and I didn't represent the applicant at that time, and he was issued a demolition permit and was issued the new building permit, and that was the interpretation as explained to me.
Thank you.
So when there's a claim that a lot itself is legal non-conforming, there's not a process, I'm asking because you don't go through the similar kind of process of saying, this is a legal non-conforming house. There's no process for determining that this is in fact a legal non-conforming lot.
Well, I think so. I think it falls within one of the exceptions Mr. Nelson just pointed
Which one?
out. Section 76.16 of the BZO, Section A1 states that any lot or plot having an area and/or width and/or frontage of less than that prescribed herein, provided that such lot or plot has an area of at least 4,000 square feet and was under different ownership from that of any adjoining land on October 25, 1957, and provided further that such lot or plot and any adjoining did not come into common ownership since that date. So the chain of title filed with the board shows that there was not common ownership with any parcel either to the north or south, which would have extinguished the non-conforming exception set up in Section 76.16A1.
So I didn't realize that. So as long as you had 4,000 square feet in 1957, that also is a legal non-conforming category for just lot creation or building lot.
Correct.
But
Correct.
in that legal non-conforming of that lot, that I presume included the other space that now you want to carve off.
That is correct.
Like when that was analyzed as a legal non-conforming, that analysis included all the property that's subject to the subdivision.
That's correct, Mrs. D'Amato, and that's what brings us here today. The building permit issued to construct the new home is on the overall lot. So what the applicant has done to bring us to the board today was filed an application to maintain the new home on a lesser lot, albeit one compliant with the lot area, just like the original lot was, but it's just not as large, and to construct a new home on the parcel on the east, which would have frontage on Hannington, would also comply with the lot area requirements, but it would be deficient in width from the 60-foot requirement to the 50-foot requirement, just like the parcel to the west is. So at the end of the day, if the board were to grant this application, we would have an approval of the existing home on a smaller lot and the second home on a portion of the overall lot.
But both lots well exceeding the square, 8,084 where 6 is required.
That's correct, and in full compliance with every aspect of the AA and BB districts, so other than the frontage. So that's essentially what we're seeking, and as indicated, the existing home will be on an 8,000 square foot parcel. The new home will be on a parcel with 8,450 square feet. The proposed homes, colonial in style, no cellar entrances, unfinished basements. The applicant will agree to own a condition that they be owner-occupied. As indicated, they're colonial homes. They have 4 bedrooms on the second floor, 2 baths on the second floor, and 1 bath on the first. And unless the board has questions of me regarding the application, I'll introduce Mr. Nelson, and then after Mr. Nelson is done, we can talk about some of the neighbor input that the board received.
So, if I may, I think council's gone over the cases substantially, what's before the board. It's a unique parcel. It is split zone, BB, AA, and possibly you might be the only one, Mr. Pellegrini. This goes back to Betty Blake days, when it used to be the B zone and the A zone, and what council mentioned as far as referencing the lot width and lot area follows true in both zones, now BB and AA. The subject property, and council has the single and separate church, they were apart from or never part of any properties to the north or to the south both on the east side of Cornelius Avenue or on the west side of Hannington Avenue. The area is predominantly developed with single-family homes. In fact, if you look at the map on the radius map on the easterly side in the residential AA zone, just about every parcel except for maybe two are non-conforming requirement for the lot area in the residential AA zone where it's required 8,000 square feet. Nevertheless, everything on the westerly side in the BB zone, you do have substantial amount of parcels that are non-conforming as far as the front width. I looked at the parcels on the westerly side of Cornelius Avenue, south of Post Avenue, where they do have 100-foot frontages. Those three homes are valued close to $2 million plus. They are substantial colonials that have been upgraded, expanded. They are all in excess of 3,000 square feet. So those parcels do not lend themselves to be subdivided and come before this board for subdivision, front width or lot area. Nevertheless, what we have is a fully compliant proposal for the maintain on the east side of Cornelius Avenue. On the westerly side, subdivision and front width, which is already existing. You have that 50-foot frontage whether we construct a new house or not. And what is being proposed is a new colonial that would be worth substantially in comparison to the rest of the homes in the area. Values are anywhere from about $700,000 to in excess of $2 million. The house on Cornelius Avenue is already constructed, would probably sell for today about $1.4 million, and the one on the westerly side of Hannington similarly. The benefit to the applicant is monetary. It is substantial, and in my opinion, it would not alter or change the essential character of this neighborhood. Both parcels have all municipal services, including improved roadways, emergency vehicles, public right-of-way as far as utilities are available to both sites. Thank you.
If I may just continue for a moment, the board did receive several emails from interested residents, and I'd like to address the issues raised, if I may. Primarily, to summarize, I had a chance to read the emails before the hearing. Yeah, you might as well, yes.
I complied with the new guidelines for this board. I did submit on previously photographs. I do have a copy for myself I'd like to submit at this time as well.
So my reading of the communications that the board received indicated that the property was not kept up well. Just for some background, as I indicated, my client acquired the property in 2021. Apparently, it was purchased from a sale by the Nassau County Public Administrator, so the owner obviously had passed away and did not have family, so it was allowed to fall into disrepair, and the property was not maintained for quite some time until the property was acquired by the applicant. They're also mentioning that there has been more recently some overgrown weeds and such. My client has periodically sent landscapers. Also, there's been, unfortunately, some incidents. Properties like this often serve as an attraction for folks who will dump things illegally, whether it be soil or some sort of debris that they would otherwise be required to pay to dispose of. So that unfortunately happens, and the applicant had to deal with that as well. I've instructed the applicant in light of reading the correspondence that he needs to step up his vigilance regarding monitoring the property and ensuring that irrespective of who makes a problem there, that it's his responsibility to take care of it, and he assures me he will. Secondly, the court communications speak to retaining walls located both at the property lines on the north and south property lines, which appear to be owned by the respective neighbors and not the applicant. I've discussed the situation, and what the applicant has proposed is he'll retain the services of a consulting structural engineer to specifically review the situation, analyze what protections can be employed in order to prevent any deterioration of the existing retaining walls, which would be caused by activity of related to construction and possibly excavation that is associated typically with construction of a new home.
Are the retaining walls, you say, on both the north and south side?
That's correct. They're depicted in Mr. Nelson's photos.
Some of the comments, as you've properly indicated, relate to the care of the property, the maintenance, and also this retaining wall. One or more of them said that the subject property, I think, is lower than the rest?
I think, yes, there's this, it appears to be lower. I
On
don't.
both sides?
Yeah.
The neighbors are higher. The subject property is lower.
It's lower. But the comment notes, the comments note, it appears, that certain of these adjoining properties, they claim are quote-unquote sinking. Now, I don't know what that exactly translates to. However, it's not a result of anything that my client is doing. And like I indicated, we will retain the consulting engineer to see, just to make sure that nothing we do exacerbates that problem. And I can also say I think they were indicating there's drainage issues from the existing lot, and clearly if this property isn't developed, I don't know that any drainage structures or anything else would be required by the town. However, as the board is well aware, in the event the application is approved and a new home is constructed, all town requirements regarding drainage will be complied with, certainly, and those requirements mandate that all rainwater be maintained on the property, so dry wells and appropriate drainage will be provided to ensure that there is no runoff from the subject premises to any other. We can't guarantee that these walls, which from the photos appear to be quite old, won't deteriorate further, but we'll do the best we can to make sure that nothing we do impacts that.
Mr. Nelson, from your research, do we know how this one parcel ended up lower than everything around it?
The homes to the north were built in 1965, 66, and I believe they were built by Terra Homes. And that would be the four houses from Huntington Avenue going west on the south side of Post
Yeah,
Avenue.
40, 39, 401, 40, right?
Yes, the corner house might have been the existing house, but that was built in 1947. The rest of it on Huntington Avenue, Roland, were originally by filed maps, and they were built in the 1950s.
But I'm just wondering how this one strip is lower than the people on this side and this side. It seems like man-made.
It could be that, I'm no engineer, far be it, but if you have those retaining walls, to the extent that they're effective at all, they might have prevented erosion of the subject premises between the two walls, whereas there was erosion on each of the properties to the north and south.
No, it's the opposite.
That would be exactly the opposite.
No, but they're saying there's a sinking, is what I'm saying.
But I believe
There's a higher.
the existing house on the subject property was one of the original houses in the area. The houses to the north were built subsequent to the existing house, their grades were raised, and my photographs will depict same. And then to the south, other than on Cornelius Avenue, they are split-level dwellings built in 1958. So they were built after the original, so if you look at the photographs that I submitted, you'll see the subject property is the lowest parcel, and I would safely assume that when the developer builds, if it's approved and builds the house, he's also gonna raise the grade of the subject property as well, which is what he did. Exactly. Right, so I would assume I'm not gonna say if the board agrees, but he's gonna put a house there with a foundation and raise up the grade to at least the street level. I believe it is, yeah. The subject property is, I believe so. I don't have the grading, but if you look at my photographs, you'll see.
But I think, since we're looking at photos and we folks here aren't structural engineers or civil engineers, I think having one get involved in in designing the construction and advising what is the best course to ensure that surrounding properties are protected, that will certainly provide an advantage going forward.
Or like, at least our expertise, but.
I mean, not for anything, but in looking at the home that was newly constructed on Cornelius, it would appear that the grade on that piece of property is probably higher
Yes.
than the adjoining pieces to the north and south.
It does, from a bird's eye view, it does appear that way.
Appears that.
But on the back street on Hannington Avenue, you'll see it's gonna be,
Yeah.
it's below,
Yeah, lower.
which is what I assume that the developer added some fill to the property on the new house.
Christina?
God bless you.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Nothing, sir, that completes
All
our
right,
application.
We have someone who is apparently opposed to it, Mr. Cronin. Come on up. It's right here.
Kevin Cronin, 3016 Post Avenue, Wantagh, New York, 11793. So, I live on Post Avenue, and I have concerns about this retaining wall, and I'm glad that they shared our feedback. The lot is certainly a few feet lower than all the adjoining neighbors. You can look at my next door neighbor who wasn't
You
able
gotta
to.
speak more in the mic, please.
Sure. So my next door neighbor who was unable to make it today, their retaining wall actually collapsed already, and that's adjacent to the property where they've already built the new house on Cornelius. So we're watching this with grave concern and for our own retaining wall, and it does seem like the properties have been sinking over the years. We've lived there for 8 years, and each year it seems like it gets a little bit lower. The subject property floods really badly every time it rains, and it just doesn't seem like a very stable piece of land.
Do you know when, I know you said you've had your property 8 years?
Correct.
Do you know when and how your retaining wall came to be, how it came to be that that property is lower than all the rest?
We had heard from the neighbors who were original owners since 1965 that there may have been a creek bed there at some point, but I can't prove that.
That would have been interesting. interesting, because
Makes no sense.
if but if there was a creek bed there, then would it not project here and there? And that should be fair.
But they could have built that and filled it in, so.
Okay, she'll look into it. Is that it?
That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Anything else you'd like to add?
I'd just
Mr.
like to
Addington?
respond to the gentleman. As I indicated during my presentation, in the event the application is approved and the new home is constructed, assuming there's a raise of grade, which appears to be likely in light of what's been discussed, and after consultation certainly with the consulting engineer that I've discussed as well, that will be taken care of. But equally important is the concern regarding the drainage, that apparently there's a drainage issue, an existing drainage issue, and that will be taken care of by putting in dry wells and meeting the town requirements regarding retention of water on site.
Okay.
That completes our presentation.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I would just move, Mr. Chairman, that the hearing be closed. Matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Avertine, Mr. Nelson, and Mr. Cronin. You'll all receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Next, we have case 48524, Inwood, Yeshiva Kol Torah of the Five Towns and Far Rockaway Incorporated. Variances, front width, side yards, maintain trailers, and convert dwelling to administration offices for proposed private school, religious education. Special exception for proposed religious educational use in existing trailers, special exception for accessory use, convert dwelling to administration offices, and install outdoor basketball court. Waive off-street parking, special exception to park in Residence B district and in the required front yard setback, and insufficient driveway width for two-way traffic. Install 8-foot and 10-foot high fences, a portion of which is forward dwelling on adjoining properties, also known as 23 Donahue Avenue.
Appearing for the applicant, Howard Avertine, 2116 Merrick Avenue, Merrick.
Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710.
Sean Mulryan, Mulryan Engineering, 1225 Franklin Avenue, Garden City, New York.
Baruch Wasser, 903 Plainview Avenue, Far Rockaway, New York, 11691.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is the application of Yeshiva Kol Torah of the Five Towns and Far Rockaway Incorporated for approvals required in order to operate a yeshiva, a Jewish Orthodox high school at the premises under application. And that premises is located on the westerly side of Donahue Avenue, 205 feet north of Solomon Avenue in Inwood. It has a street address of 23 Donahue Avenue. It is also known as Section 40, Block 124, Lot 427 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. The premises is developed with a single-family dwelling. The property has a lot area of 26,111.48 square feet and is zoned Residence B District. By this application, the applicant seeks approvals required in order to convert the existing dwelling to administrative offices for the proposed school and to construct a one-story addition to the building, as well as for permission to maintain 2 existing trailers on the site for use as classrooms. The applicant also proposes a basketball court for the students to utilize for recreational purposes. The approvals required are as follows. First, variances for front width and side yards in order to maintain the existing trailers. and to convert the dwelling to administrative offices for the school. In addition, special exceptions are required for the religious education use and the accessory administrative offices use and the accessory recreational use. In addition, a waiver of off-street parking is required. 44 spaces are required. 9 are provided, but none are acceptable. In addition, a special exception is required to park in the Residence B zoning district and within the required front yard setback and insufficient driveway width for two-way traffic. We are also seeking approval to install 8-foot-high and 10-foot-high fencing, a portion of which is forward of dwellings on adjoining properties. The school is currently operated out of a synagogue building rented by the applicant at 44 Bayswater Boulevard in Inwood, but that facility is not suitable in size and was intended as a temporary location for the applicant until a permanent location was found. The school has operated for 3 years, and this past year, it had 48 students enrolled for grades 9 through 11. This coming September, the school plans to have grades 9 through 12 with enrollment of 65 students. All students arrive by bus, carpool, walking, or on bicycle. No students, irrespective of age, are permitted to drive to school. The applicant expects to have 3 full-time and approximately 17 part-time staff members, including teachers. However, there will be a maximum of 8 employees at any given time on site. The arrival takes place between approximately 7:30 a.m. and 7:40 a.m. And the school buses that are utilized are of the mini bus variety, not the full-size school buses. The school day begins at 7:40 a.m. Dismissal is 8:30 p.m. on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Dismissal on Friday is at 12:15. Dismissal on Wednesday is at 6:30 p.m. and dismissal on Sunday is at 2:45 p.m. 12th graders are dismissed at 9:45 p.m. The school is closed on Saturdays, obviously. In designing the plan, the applicant conferred with the Inwood Fire Department to ensure that any concerns that the department had were addressed from inception rather than as a reactive measure. I have a copy of a letter dated April 7, 2024 from the chief of department, and I'd like to submit that. And what it basically does is sets forth what the fire department wanted to see in the design, and the design does comply with each of the items set forth in that letter.
We'll
And
accept
so
that.
based upon that, the fire department is satisfied with the proposal. In addition, the trailers and the site plan itself have also been reviewed by the Nassau County Fire Marshal's Office, which has approved conceptually the trailers, and they will have to have fire protection equipment, smoke and fire alarm systems as mandated by the Nassau County Fire Marshal's Office.
How long have the trailers been there, Mr. Abertine?
They're approximately 9 to 10 months.
How long do you anticipate the trailers will, are these permanent?
Well,
They're supposed to be permanent?
Well, you want to address this?
The trailers are a,
Name and address. Okay.
Baruch Wasser, 903 Plainview Avenue, Far Rockaway, New York, 11691. And I am the Director of Operations, a Dean in the school, and a founder of the school, together with Rabbi Apachinsky. The trailers are not meant to be a permanent solution for the yeshiva. They are a temporary. They're the fastest way to be able to move into a property. As we know, properties are extremely challenging to find one that's suitable for a school. This is our temporary solution until we have the appropriate funds to be able to put up a permanent building, which we foresee being at the soonest in 3 years from now is when we can begin construction of that permanent building.
Are the trailers that which is marked A and B, or just B?
A and B.
Because A says existing proposed trailer classroom. B says that A doesn't say trailer, but that's also trailers?
Yes.
How many trailers comprise B?
B is a triple wide trailer. B is the back one. I'm just not.
Pardon me?
B is the one, the smaller one.
Yeah, it looks a little smaller to me.
B is a triple wide. The way these units come is 12 feet wide by 60 feet long. B is a triple wide, and A is a quadruple wide.
And they've been there 9 to 10 months.
What?
They've been there 9 to 10 months, as you said before.
Correct.
Yes, from Saturday. Yes, that's the exact picture.
Mr. Albertine, so I just want to make sure I'm following you. So the trailers are there, and they're to be used so that the dwelling is to become an admin office, right? Maintain the
Correct.
trailers for classrooms, I guess.
Correct.
And then the dwelling is to become admin for the proposed school religious. So is all of the school activities in those trailers? I thought you said something about it being elsewhere.
Well, the school presently operates in a rented building, and it has for the last 3 years. But it's,
The idea is to move it to these
that's
trailers.
it took a while for them to find this property, and so they had a bit of a catch-22 in terms of getting fire marshal approval of the trailers because trailers weren't placed for the fire marshal to inspect. So we understand that we may have jumped the gun, so to speak, a little bit in terms of putting the trailers on site, but they really felt they had no viable alternative to that, especially since they've outgrown the current facility. And as the board may be aware, this application was the subject of a hardship request because they really, in the event, obviously, the application is approved by the board, they're going to start operating here for the new school year.
How many students? And what grades?
It's going to...
Just how many, is there 100 students or 500?
Next year's enrollment is 64 students in grades 9 through 12.
And did I correctly hear you that they start at 7:40 a.m. and several evening, other than Friday and Wednesday, they go to 8:30 p.m.?
Correct.
And then Friday, 12:15, and I guess Wednesdays is 6-something?
6:30.
That's-
Some of the 12th graders, not the entire 12th graders, but yes.
And other than this proposed basketball court, is there a activities area, like a gym? There's no gym or?
We do rent the gym across the street in the number 2 public school. Already, we've been doing that since this past year, 3 nights a week from 6:30 to 7:30 to give the boys another place to play.
I noticed there are two, you probably know Mr. Avertine, we do get basketball courts that have opposition often from residents because of the noise. And I see there are 2 residents near this proposed basketball court. Well, one says Realtor, so maybe it's not a residence, and one says Boreello Trust. There's 2, it looks like it has houses on it, though. There's 2 of them. Are those folks that you've had any communication with? Did anyone speak to them? I apologize. My voice doesn't carry. I'm sorry.
I don't know whether anyone from the school spoke to them, but we will agree on limitations of use for
Time.
for the basketball, so that we won't pose a problem.
And I take it, are the students, given that you want the limited ingress, it's not wide enough, the driveway, do the students walk, come by bus, I take?
That's what he testified to.
Yeah, I have a breakdown here. I'm happy to submit it. Yeah. So we have, for next year, we have 2 buses that come in the morning. One brings 16 boys, one brings 9 boys, minibuses. 10 local boys from the Inwood area walk or bike to school. And then we have 6 carpools varying in size between 4 to 6 students in each. That is the entire vehicular traffic to the school in the morning and in the evening.
Do you expect with the addition of this facility to increase the enrollment? I mean, is that the idea?
The facility is not built or constructed, or there's not enough space to have more than somewhere between 80 and 90 students for grades 9 through 12. There's simply not enough space, and it's not our intention to go anywhere above that.
And is the idea that as soon as feasible financially, whatever, that these trailers would be replaced with a permanent structure?
Correct. That is definitely our plans. The trailers are far from an ideal place to educate our students, and we definitely would like a more permanent structure.
While the permanent, I'm sorry, go ahead. While the permanent structures are being constructed, where are you going to hold your classes?
That's, we've had many consultations with our architect to go through the lot size and areas where we can potentially take down some of the trailers, have a stopgap measure for a year where we would, whatever we were doing in that trailer, the sanctuary, perhaps not have the prayers in the school that year, have them pray at home and then come to school so that we can eliminate half the structure while we do construction, and then take down the other half when we do construction. We would have to have a phased construction.
Mr. Albertine, the trailer idea is, to me, a little bit of a new one the last year or two. Are you seeking, so my calendar says maintain trailers and convert dwelling for private school. It doesn't say that you're seeking to, are you seeking for us to grant you permanent trailers so that until you decide to remove them, you do? Or are you seeking to have us grant the maintenance of these trailers for a year or some limited period of time?
Well, I think that my experience with the board on these types of applications has been that the board was not necessarily inclined to give an open-ended approval of trailers for this type of purpose. So we recognize that that there'll be a limited duration.
Temporarily.
Yes, but and one which would afford us the ability to get an extension and to explain to the board at some point in the future where we are with the fundraising and permanent plan status, and the board can determine what extensions, if any, would be appropriate based upon the facts provided. But the intention clearly here, as you've heard, is that they do not find this ideal by any measure, and so they're going to be looking to get to the permanent answer to this issue sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, it was explained to me that some of the funds that were raised were unfortunately lost to a Ponzi scheme type situation. So they unfortunately took a monetary hit in that regard, but they're going to persevere and replenish and build, but unfortunately that does take time, as members of the board are certainly familiar, especially in a philanthropic context. Trying to raise money is not always a simple endeavor, but that's the plan, and to raise funds to build their permanent home on this location.
And given that we're examining the feasibility for the traffic, the parking, and people coming by bus, I'm guessing that if they can raise the money to build permanent structures, we do enough of these religious type facilities that I can guess that they would rather put a 2-story than a 1-story, which would allow them to expand the congregation / educational provision for the community. What would be, if that's the case, can you give me some idea? Because I'd like to know, let's say they put a two-story up. Where are we going to put, how many buses? Where are we going to put the cars? You know, tell us how that's going to work out.
I'm not sure, has that been developed?
Conceptually, when we do go to a permanent building, the plan would be to knock down the house in front and use the back part of the premises, where it's 100 feet wide, as the actual location of the school building, opening up the entire front area for parking, buses, things like of that nature.
With the idea that you hope to expand your services to educational services. I mean, I assume that if you think you're doing a good job, you'd rather bring it to as many people in your community as possible.
True, but as I'll speak about, and Rabbi Apachinsky will speak about later, the way that we educate our students does not allow us to expand and expand and expand, to a crazy proportion.
It's a lot longer a school day than I would have ever wanted to have.
Is there a, due to the nature of the long day, where do the kids eat, and is there a kitchen on the premise?
We have food brought in through different vendors, restaurants. We have a lunch vendor, a dinner vendor, and the kids eat in their classrooms. They bring their snacks. They have lockers and such. We do not have a kitchen on site. There's a kitchenette in the administrative offices if a teacher wants to make a coffee or something like that.
I have some correspondence that I'd like to submit. I have a letter from Rabbi Moshe Katz of the Marina Shul of Inwood in support. It's dated July 9, 2024. I have a sorry? I'm looking for it. Rabbi Weinberger from the Beis Tefillah of Inwood, which is one of the largest congregations in Inwood, representing a significant portion of the Inwood community in support of the application. I have a letter from Sperling, Elimelech Sperling, residing at 19 Donahue Avenue, which abuts the premises to its south in support. A letter from Yitzi Messner at 7 Donahue, which is at the northwest corner of Solomon and Donahue in support. And I also have a letter from Eliyahu Raful at 69 Solomon, which is on the northerly side of Solomon Avenue, just south of the property. We also, I believe, there are numerous emails that were received in favor as well by the board. I'd like to take a moment also and discuss the resolution from the Nassau County Planning Commission. As I'm sure the board is aware, the resolution from the Planning Commission recommended disapproval of the application and set forth certain reasons. The first two are related to parking and traffic. I'll let our traffic and parking expert witness, Mr. Sean Mulryan, address those. One of the next points states that the proposed school represents an expansion of the current school located at Bayswater Boulevard in terms of grades served, 9 through 12 enrollment, staff, as well as the inclusion of a basketball court on the premises that is located in a residential neighborhood. Now, of Of course, it's located in a residential neighborhood. Religious educational uses are permitted in a residential neighborhood, so that should not really be an issue. There's a public school directly to the east of the subject premises, which has a full recreational field directly opposite, so that's part of the character of the community, and certainly recreational facilities are common and desirable in residential neighborhoods so that the folks that live there have opportunities for recreational uses. So I would respectfully submit that that does not serve as a valid reason to oppose this application or to recommend that it be denied. And it also states, finally, the final comment was, occupying the trailers on the premises as classrooms may present a safety hazard if they are not in strict adherence to state and town building and fire codes. Well, that's a true statement, but they most certainly will be in compliance with state and town and county building codes, as well as all recommendations made by the Inwood Fire Department and the Nassau County Fire Marshal's Office for the design of the premises itself in terms of turning radius for the parking area that's depicted on the plans, as well as the width of the driveway and access area leading from Donahue onto the property, which will certainly accommodate emergency vehicles. Obviously very, very important. And so with the approval and involvement of the appropriate municipal authorities, this design was prepared. And so that issue, I would submit, is addressed satisfactorily going forward. At this time, unless the board has questions of me, I would introduce Barry Nelson to testify.
Mr. Nelson.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I walked the property this weekend, and it's in disarray, meaning the lawn hasn't been cut, there's debris in the backyard, and it's not maintained. So I would ask your clients to maintain the property if they expect us to consider your request.
Understood. I'll let my client address that.
Yeah, we certainly plan to maintain the property. The front yard, we have a landscaper coming regularly, being that the backyard has been there's been a lot of things going on in the backyard. There was a lot of dumping from the neighbor of debris. We already took out, I don't know how many truckloads, Yehuda? Many truckloads of debris. I'm not sure if you're aware, when we received the property, I have an image here from Google Maps. There were about 20 to 30 commercial vehicles, boats, and all sorts of things on the property. When we purchased it, the owner finally got everything out, but the property was in tremendous disarray. In fact, parked in front of the property for the last 9 months is a white bread truck that belongs to the original owner of the property that has some tickets there. The police department doesn't seem to know how to get rid of it, or doesn't have the means, the authority to get rid of it, but it's been sitting there, definitely contributing to the look of the property. Yeah, so that, I would love to get rid of that.
All I'm stating is that that's what we'd like you to do, so the neighborhood, it looks nice.
Sure.
And it's not, and fire trucks, if they had to get back there, could get back there, because it's all overgrown. I see the trailers there, and we want to make it so it's more habitable.
Sure. Obviously, once we do the construction and plan to move in there, we would have it set up. It's going to be landscaped properly and paved.
Just cut the grass and remove the debris.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, sir.
On many occasions, you have been qualified by this board as a real estate expert, have you not? Since the last time you were qualified, have any of your qualifications changed for the worse?
No, sir.
Then
Not
you
that
will
I know
again
of.
be granted the opportunity to testify as a real estate expert.
Thank you. did provide to the board earlier or online copies of my photographs. I have a copy today, as well as an aerial view of the subject property and surrounding uses. You
What's
don't,
up?
you don't need
We
a-
have it.
Okay.
We have it.
So the board has that. The area character pattern of development is well established. The property is generally westerly of Nassau Expressway. Sheridan Boulevard, just to the north and west, is a mixed-use development, including commercial and residential. There is the Inwood Country Club Northwest. Opposite the subject property from Mott Avenue, entirely along the easterly side of Donahue Avenue, to the south on Solomon Avenue, is the Lawrence number 2 school, public school. That provides it's entirely in a residential B zoning. Access to that property would be for vehicles off of Mott Avenue. It provides on-site parking, the school. The entire property is fenced in with cyclone fencing. The uses in the subject block, single-family, multifamily, non-conforming residences. Over the years, it's been a transition to upgrade and modernize many of the older homes. Davis Avenue is a unique street in that if you look at just by the owners of the property, many of those properties on Davis Avenue are rentals. The property to the immediate west of the subject property on the south side, which is known as 39 Davis Avenue, is a multifamily dwelling. On the northerly side where it says Realtors, that's looks like a two-family with rentals. And you have that pattern of development along Davis Avenue. Scattered throughout the subject block in the area, you have multifamily dwellings. As Councilor mentioned, the parcel immediately to the south is in favor of the application. The residents at the northwest corner of Donahue Avenue and Solomon Avenue in favor of the application. Residents to the immediate south are on the north side of Solomon Avenue. You have 1 and 2 and mixed-use type properties, multiple dwellings on one parcel as well. The application before the board is for a religious educational use, a private school, and it's on an oversized parcel. The property to the immediate north is an oversized parcel as well. It's a multifamily dwelling at that location. I've worked on many similar type applications before this board for religious uses, for synagogues, even for high schools as proposed in today's application. In fact, a recent application was located on Mott Avenue, approximately 2 miles east of the subject property, closer to Rockaway Turnpike, where a application came before this board for a high school, and that was under cases 499, 500 of 2020, and it sought similar requests. At that time, originally it was for height and stories. It was reduced in height to the 2-story high school, but it had similar applications except for the front width. In this application, because it's a private school, front width is required to be 100 feet and a half acre. The site is just short of the 100 feet, 85 feet. It does have in excess of the minimum requirement for lot area. The case that I just cited is on Mott Avenue and was approved and it did come with certain restrictions, and it is part of the community now. It was opposite residential, it was adjacent to residential, and I've looked at the pattern of development at that area. Oh, I can hand in a copy of those, I'm sorry. That decision with the site plan of the constructed building.
We'll accept it.
And I would assume if this was to be approved and developed, you'd have similar circumstances where property values continue to appreciate. In fact, it becomes a better demand for the community as well. This area could use some upgrading, could use a better quality of life. In my opinion, what's been proposed for this site is a reasonable development, and considering the pattern of development, considering the school across the street, Donahue Avenue. In fact, I recently did an application just to the southeast for a new office building, and that would be on Dougherty Boulevard. It would be just southeast, closer to Morris Avenue and Bayview Avenue. The block just to the west where the school is located, a new medical facility, which I used as a comp on that application that was approved, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, has a new medical building on the west side of Dougherty Boulevard between Mott Avenue and Solomon Avenue under construction. So there's a positive development pattern in the area. Religious uses in the area are part of the community. And in my opinion, what's being requested before this board is a reasonable application. It's only going to be a positive trend for the future of Inwood. Thank you.
I'd also like, unless the board has questions of Mr. Nelson, I'd also like to note that the existing facility that the school has been utilizing is located at 44 Bayswater Boulevard, is only about 0.23, I believe, miles from the subject premises. So in its current configuration, it's already part of the community. So it's not really an introduction to the community of something totally new. What's existing is being shifted, and because the new location has a better capacity, they're able to increase the enrollment as we've discussed throughout. Unless the board has further questions at this point, I'd like to introduce Sean Mulryan to testify regarding parking and traffic considerations.
Mr. Mulryan, you've previously been qualified by this board as an expert in traffic and parking. Since the last time you were qualified by the board, have any of your qualifications changed?
No, there has not.
And you will again be allowed to testify as a parking and traffic expert.
Thank you very much. Once again, Sean Mulryan, Mulryan Engineering, 1225 Franklin Avenue, Garden City, New York. Our firm was asked to take a look at the traffic and parking relating to the subject site and the proposed development. As Mr. Aventine has just mentioned, the existing school is currently located less than a half a mile away on Bayview's Avenue, and that school currently has 3 classes. And when I talk about classes, I mean graduating classes, but each of the graduating classes only has 1 class. So it's a very small overall school. The school started 3 years ago. The expansion into this subject site would allow for each 4 years of high school, which is not provided for at the current location. Currently, there are 3 graduating classes. The first class that will graduate from the school would be following this school year to come up. So in the fall, the school hopefully will operate with 4 classes, freshman through senior, and that's the purpose for this application, to move to a facility where all 4 grade levels can be accommodated within the proposed structures. Again, that site is located less than a half a mile from the subject site. The subject site is located across the street from a primary school. Of note, that school operates at different hours than the subject site. This is a high school, so high schools typically will come in earlier and leave later. But specifically, this school does operate a longer school day. And the school across the street does not start till 8:30, so it's almost an hour after classes begin at the subject site, or are proposed to begin. So once again, our classes at the subject site are proposed to begin at 7:40. The school across the street starts at 8:30, and they are dismissed at 3:30. So there's no overlap between the two schools. Of note, Donahue Avenue is a one-way northbound roadway on school days from 8 to 4. But again, the school that is being proposed here is going to operate or arrive and depart outside of those hours. There is a traffic signal at the intersection to the north to control access onto Sheridan Boulevard. And the parking lot that is being proposed has 9 parking spaces. Those parking spaces are solely for the employees of the building. Students are not permitted to drive. Again, this is a very small collection of students. There's a small number of teachers. They are part-time, so if there are people that are teaching in the morning that might leave in the afternoon, someone else would take their spot. But again, there's only 4 classes going on at any one given time. So this is a very small community school. It's a religious school. It has very long hours. And the hours and the size of the school limit the number of cars that will be coming forth. And obviously during the day, and more importantly, during the school arrival and dismissal of the school across the street, there will be no activity coming to or from this proposed use. So we believe that those differences allow for a more tenable parking and traffic arrangement between the two locations. Again, we looked at the parking around the subject property. We found that there is availability on the street in front of the subject site, but again, we don't believe that that is a necessary part of the application. We don't believe there's any spillover use or parking that will come from the subject site. The Nassau County Planning Commission did review the application. They also brought up the parking, which I had just talked about. They mentioned that we are across the street from the school, and again, as I mentioned, the school across the street starts at 8:30, it dismisses at 3:30 approximately, which is outside the hours of the proposed school, so there's no conflict between those two uses. And this is an expansion of the existing school, which again is in close proximity to the proposed site, but it is a small addition of 1 additional class or graduating class that will be added. And if you look at the floor plans, each class room is maximum of 21 students. So these are small classes, and not every class would be maximized. So as stated earlier, the enrollment for the fall would be 64 students. Out of the 84 seats that are provided, there is 1 extra classroom, a place people need to go in and do other things outside of the normal classes. But this is a small structure, small proposed use. If any proposed changes come along, and there was talk about the permanent replacement for these trailers, those would be subject, obviously, to a separate application that would become before this board, where we would discuss the particulars of that case, the parking, the alignment of the parking lot. Those matters are not yet before the board because they are yet to be developed. So before the board today is the proposed uses as proposed on the subject site. We believe that the parking provided is adequate for the proposed use, and that there will be limited to no spillover parking on the street in front of the subject site. And again, the main point that I want to drive home is that the use that's being proposed is offset from the existing school directly across the street, so we will not have any conflict with the arrival and dismissal of that school. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
We have a couple of, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something about the temporary nature of these trailers. I know Mr. Albertine has mentioned that the board is not inclined to, grant a permanent, has not been inclined in similar cases to grant a permanent, approval of such trailers, and we definitely do not have plans to leave them there permanently. At the same time, I mentioned a 3-year timeline was, the quickest I can see us beginning to construct a permanent building. We have, a phenomenal student body and tremendous support from the community. We had a very tough year financially, as Mr. Albertine mentioned, basically victims of a Ponzi scheme that really put us through. And we have 64 students coming into the school next year without a location. Our current facilities, we were capped at 50 students. We had 48 last year. The notion of needing to move around every 2 years is not feasible for a school. We need to be somewhere long-term, and we're definitely going to need a few years to get us through till we can have the funds to build a building. We're obviously able to apply for an extension, but it has to be understood that we definitely, can't do this on a 1-year, 2-year situation. It's not feasible. Obviously, any conditions the board places on us, we would agree to. Can I just add just a few more pieces just to add. I did go through just the exact calculations. Mr. Albertine mentioned that the maximum numbers of staff on site at a time was 8. I just wanted to correct that. It is actually 9. During the hours of 2:30 to 5:08 p.m., we will have 9 staff members on site. I have a chart here that just shows the number of staff on site at any given point during the day, if you'd like me to submit that. We also are located in Nassau County, and we definitely service the local community. We have over 50% of the school comes from Nassau County itself. The remainder of the students come from Far Rockaway, right nearby. Definitely a tremendous asset to the local community. And as has been mentioned, the public school is across the street. In analyzing their enrollment records from the year 2018 till the present, in 2018, the school had an enrollment of 501 students. As of the most recently available year, 2022, they were down to 465. It's been a downward trend over the last few years. The building was built with a capacity of 800 students. The notion of bringing in 60 to 80 or 90 students, of that being a burden on the infrastructure, it doesn't really fit with the current infrastructure, which was built to handle a much larger crowd than it's currently handling. As also has been mentioned, the sports fields all along Donahue Avenue, it's an entire sports complex, acres and acres of ball fields, basketball courts, handball courts, which are in use throughout the day and evening, weekends. Those are rented out. Our basketball court will not be rented out to anyone. So there definitely is a tremendous amount of this use already in the neighborhood.
If we may, Rabbi Opachinsky would like to address the board.
Rabbi David Opachinsky, I should spell O-P-O-C-Z-Y NSKI, 1050 Moore Place, Woodmere, 11598. About 5 years ago, I got a call. I was teaching in Flatbush in Brooklyn. I was living in Queens. I received a call from members of the local community here in the Inwood, Five Towns area that there are simply not enough seats in our private elementary schools to house there's not enough seats in the high schools to house the amount of boys that are graduating in 8th grade in the elementary schools. It was a very daunting task to take, which I undertook with a lot of investigating and it was a very slow process. We decided it was at a point where the community is exploding, and we are playing a very vital role in filling much needed seats in the high school landscape. I moved really for one purpose. I uprooted my family. I moved for one purpose, and that's to educate our youth and our teenagers. Education to me is, of course, math, science, religious studies, but even above all, it's to create upstanding members of society, boys who have morals, boys who are, when they walk the street, people look around and they say, wow, I want to be like him. We educate in all areas of character development, and we try to instill in the boys, infuse in them with a love for learning, a love for life, and a love to be straight and to be leading examples in society. The way we accomplish this is we do this with, it's a combination of high standards in the educational in education, but we give the boys a great time. We have relationships with them. We will play ball with them. We'll sing with them. Well, it's a full experience where they see how their teachers and are their role models, and they learn to be like them. This could only be accomplished with small class sizes, and it can only be accomplished with a small school. Our education is, we teach them to challenge, we teach them to ask what we're saying, not just to accept, not just to nod your head, but to partake in lively discussions of what's going on in the classroom, and to process it themselves, and to challenge if there is room to be challenged, or to ask and to inquire. That could only be done in small class sizes. There is no intention to build a massive school over here. That's really not that's not our vision, that's not what we're applying for. Just to give you a little bit of a vision, the boys in the school do not own any smartphones of their own, and they don't voluntarily, that's a rule of the school. It's 100% kept. There is no boy has any of his own internet capable devices of his own. The boys are wholesome boys. They are interested in growing. They're positive, fun, amazing boys that are just non-distracted, interested in growth in all areas, and with a great parent body. That's really what we've put together. Currently, as we've stated, we're in 44 Bayswater Boulevard. It's really right down the block. It's about 0.2 miles away. It's simply not enough. We are trying to propose just to be able to function, as a functional school. We had someone come and assess us, and I guess look at how the school is functioning, and he pulled me in and he said, I have one question on what's going on. I don't know how you're having a functional school with your local premises. There's no hallways, there's basically no classrooms. It's been amazing, but it's been rough. We really just need to function with some basic classroom space, enough to be able to let our boys breathe and learn properly. As stated, this year was supposed to be a simple year financially. It was a disaster. We had a lot of pledged money towards us, and a lot of loans that we took out for the purchase of this property last June, that I had a supporter that had promised to help us fundraise the money. He personally had fundraised for us $350,000 in 3 months last year. He had promised, we took out $750,000 in loans from private individuals to buy this property. It was with his guarantee that he's going to help fundraise the money. He also promised us $300,000 to help build these trailers. He was running a Ponzi scheme, and with a lot of other people, we were duped. And it was a big setback. The finances were very hard this year. Thank God we've been able to somewhat, get on our feet, but it's been a hard year. So I'm just asking to, we're here to educate. We're here to grow the community in an amazing way. We're here. Local community is. I get comments all the time how they love watching our boys. They're just I walked into Seasons Express, is a local. It's basically a store on Dowdy, a few minute walk away. Our boys go there sometimes for lunch. He tells me that the person behind the counter tells me that the Yeshiva Kol Torah boys, there's nothing like them. They're just always menschlich. There's never a problem. There's never a fight. He loves having them in their store. I think our boys are an example for the community. We really just want to continue that, and we just need a facility. So we're respectfully requesting to be able to do that. Thank you.
I'd just like to sum up by stating that we believe that the evidence, I'm sorry? Oh. Oh, okay. No, I won't, I'll wait.
L-E-N-S-D. Pardon?
I believe, let me just pull my radius map out. I believe the gentleman's name is Len Su, L-E-N-S-U.
Is he here?
He might have been early, he might have left. I can just tell you,
Then you can
Mr. Len
sum up.
Su called me
Mhm.
upon receiving the notice. Mr. Len Su owns property on Davis Avenue, which is to the west of the subject. It's, if you look at the radius map, it's an unusually shaped road. And Mr. Len Su, in asking questions of me about the application, raised the concern about vehicular access from Davis onto the property, and I assured him that no vehicular access is proposed or contemplated, and we would accept that as a condition. And if you'll note, the Inwood Fire Department did request a gate at the westerly end of the property, which the site plan does depict. So there will be a gate for emergency purposes, but no contemplated access to the premises other than for emergency purposes from Davis Avenue.
Okay.
Just in summing up then, I would respectfully submit to the board that the applicant, through the evidence submitted in the expert testimony as well as the testimony of the applicant's representatives, that we have complied with all of the requirements of Article 39 of the BZO and relating to approvals of religious uses and educational uses. And of course, this board is very familiar with New York State law regarding educational and religious uses. I won't repeat a chapter and verse, and we are hopeful that the board will look favorably upon this application. And I would also respectfully request that, especially in the event the board is inclined to approve the application, that it act with all due dispatch so that these folks can get the ball rolling, so to speak, because they have a school year which, although the summer just started, it always seems that the summer goes by in the blink of an eye and it's back to school. So with that in mind, we would request as expedited a decision as the board can possibly give us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I'll move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Hold on a moment.
Yes, sir.
Shall I withdraw my motion? I'll withdraw my motion, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think.
You like?
Yehuda Michaeli, 316 Dowdy Boulevard, Inwood, New York, 11096. Just wanted to thank the board for the ability to address you. First of all, I've been here for a little bit over 3 hours, and I commend all of you for being able to sit up there through the heat, through some of these interesting things, and I never knew that all this, so kudos to you. I live in Inwood for about 14 years now, and I have to say the yeshiva has been an asset to the community, to the people, to all the people that live there, the constituents. We all appreciate it, and I think it's a worthy cause and a respectable institution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Want me
You wanna renew your
Mr.
motion?
Chairman, I renew my motion that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
Second? All in favor?
Aye. Have a nice day.
Good evening.
Next, we have cases 25524 through 25624, Inwood, Jose Rodriguez. Variances, lot area occupied, rear yard, construct a two-story addition and elevate existing dwelling. Variance, lot area occupied, maintain addition to detached garage, also known as 87 Wall
The
Avenue.
one. This is the one. This is the guy.
Hear us.
Hold on a minute.
You'll be given the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my motion closing the prior case.
Okay. Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, I couldn't figure him out either. Maybe he was on this side.
Yes.
My name is Wayne Lensu. I live on Davis Avenue, and I'm opposed to the school using Davis Avenue for any purpose. They were already had taken down the fence at the end of the street there, and the proposal, according to my neighbor, was they wanted to be able to put dumpsters there for the school use and be able to access them from Davis Avenue to empty them. Okay, so I'm opposed to that, and if that was open at the end of the street, then you'd have students walking back and forth up and down, and eventually you'd have the parents driving up there to drop them off. It's a dead-end street, it's a right-of-way at the end, it's very narrow, and it shouldn't be used for anybody that didn't live there.
Mr. Abertine, what is, I don't have it in front of me now. What was the proposed use of Davis?
I'll give the summary, and then I'll let our architect address that. But in reviewing the site plan, there's a proposal to have a fence, I believe it's 8 foot along the rear, 8-foot fence along the westerly side, with the exception of a 4-foot wide gate for emergency access, as we discussed. No vehicular access. There is no trash receptacles or anything similar proposed for...
And that gate is emergency only. It's not going to be open every day for kids to go up and down.
Correct. And I don't know...
Mr. Lensu, so far they've said that they propose a fence along their property line on Davis with a small 4-foot emergency gate, but not otherwise to be used as a matter of daily use, and no dumpsters.
A 3-foot locked gate would be very good to have there for emergency, for the fire department to be able to get through with hoses and so on, and also for a gurney or stretcher for a medical emergency. And that could be locked, and the emergency people, I'm sure, have a bolt cutter, so very easy for them to get through there. Also, I don't know if there's a fire hydrant on that property anyplace. The hydrant at the corner of Davis Avenue and Sheridan Boulevard, when I had a garage fire a few years ago, there wasn't enough water there for the firemen, and they had to run a hose across Sheridan Boulevard and down a block to a good hydrant.
Well, Mr. Abertine mentioned, I think it was Mr. Abertine, the fire marshal's involved in all of this. I take it the fire marshal will require whatever number of hydrants are commensurate with the proposal.
That's correct. Also, I'd just like to, Mr. Lensu mentioned a 3-foot gate. It's a 4-foot gate as shown on the plan. and the fencing goes across, and it's only for emergency use. I'll let Shmuel Flom, you have to be sworn in, Mrs. Flom, I just want him to address the issue of the
make it
fire department.
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, members of the board, chair. Thank you.
Name and address.
Shmuel Flaum, residing at 194 Wanzer Avenue, Inwood, New York, 11096. As the architect applicant of record, I just want to clarify the two items that's being brought up by the neighbor. The 4-foot access that's proposed at the rear of the property is specifically requested by the fire marshal from the Inwood Fire Department for emergency access only. They will only have a key to open it in case of emergencies. That is the only reason why I'm proposing a gate there at all. Otherwise, it would have been completely fenced off. In addition, there is a fire hydrant 50 feet away from the front of the premises on Donahue. That was part of the fire marshal plan review that we submitted and got approval for to ensure that there is adequate access to a hydrant and also water pressure. That was reviewed and approved by the fire marshal already for the use of the trailers at the subject property.
Did you get all that, Mr. Lensu? Did you hear what the gentleman said?
I'm sorry, I apologize for my poor hearing.
Okay,
It's from
so-
guns, grenades, and M60 tanks,
Okay.
and noisy jobs after that.
M60 tanks? It's funny, I was a tanker. Yeah. He said that there would be a 4-foot wide gate on Davis for emergency use only. There's no plan to put any dumpsters there, and the fire department, the emergency service people, will have a key so that they can have access during a period of emergency. Did you hear that?
I think I heard you, and you know, yes, for emergency use, that's good to have that access.
Okay, and there is a fire,
Secured and it's open all the time, you're going to get a lot of traffic. Students going to number 2 school on Donahue, and so on.
that's not to be the case, according to the applicant.
Overheard a conversation that the proposed school or the buildings that are there now, that they wanted to put dumpsters there and have access from Davis Avenue to empty the dumpsters.
They've told us they're not doing that.
Fence down here, and then afterwards, my neighbors, the Floriellas, complained, put the fence back up, and that's the way it's been since then. They couldn't be here today.
Okay, but
They agree with the 3-foot gate.
It's 4 feet, 4 feet. It's going to be 4 feet in width.
4-foot gate? Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right?
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks for your input.
Mr. Chairman, I would then move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Again, everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those M60s will kill you.
Okay.
Pardon? I was a tanker.
Okay, again, we will be calling cases 255-24 through 256-24. Inwood, Jose Rodriguez. Variances
Okay.
lot area occupied.
You're welcome.
Rear yard, construct 2-story addition and elevate existing dwelling. Variance lot area occupied, maintain addition to detached garage, also known as 87 Wall Avenue.
Mark.
Here it is.
What are you doing? Call security. I'm kidding.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Dean Katsubis. My address is 121 Newbridge Road, Hicksville, New York, 11801.
I'm Jose Rodriguez, 87 Wall Avenue, Inwood, New York, 11096.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'd like to start off by submitting some photos of the site and some of the surrounding properties that I took. Also, some photos of the vehicles that are owned by my client. He has a total of 4 cars, which he and his family own, and they park them on the premises. I'm here today with Mr. Rodriguez, the owner of the house located at 87 Wall Avenue in Inwood. We were previously here on April 17th. At that point, we were made aware of some opposition from the neighbors. Since then, my client has made substantial effort to address this. He has taken down the sheds which were attached to the garage. He had cars removed which did not belong to him, and he does no longer allow the funeral home to use his driveway. Since then, I also went inside the garage. I took some photos. I submitted photos of inside and outside of the garage, and you know, I was able to establish that there is no business use going on at the property.
Mr. Katsubis?
Yes.
The cars that were on his property they had removed, whose were they and why were they there?
Okay, I'll let my client answer that, but I was told that he allowed the funeral home across the street to use the park, you know, his driveway.
But that's separate, parking cars there than having them there that you had to have removed. That's more like storage or something.
Yep.
So I'll let him answer whose cars were whose and.
Yes, they were cars from neighbors that are people that I know, that they asked me to park there, and I say yes, so I got to the point I have to tell them, you can't have your car over here, you have to
Why, were they
move
parking
away.
them there because they couldn't fit them in their own parking driveway?
Yeah, yes, because, yes, that's right.
And there's no street parking or what?
There are street
There
parking,
is-
but people, they own some kind of nice cars, they don't want to park on the street because, you know, sometimes.
Did you say they own nice cars that they didn't
Well,
want to?
Some neighbors, yes, so they want to park in a private property, so, and then I have to tell them to move their cars, and they took them with them.
How many cars were we talking about that were there regularly?
There were
Not
three
including
cars,
the funeral home.
three cars, and then, the workers from the funeral home, they used to park there too, so that's why they used to see more cars. But me, my cars are 4. I have the registrations with me right here.
And this one-story frame to be removed, that's the part you were talking about, Mr. Katsubis?
Yes, correct. On 2 sides of the garage, there was these sheds that were attached to the garage. So
page are
actually,
you
both,
used
if
for?
you see, it's like L-shaped on the site plan.
I see
Also,
it.
right behind the garage too, there's a small piece. Both of those are wood frame structures, were removed.
The L shape was
Yeah,
removed
L
and the
shape
little
was-
piece?
And the little piece that's behind the
There's
extension.
kind of 2
of-
little pieces. Were they both removed?
No, the second piece is actually a concrete, it's a concrete block structure, which we're actually applying for the variance for that today. So that, we actually want to legalize the 8x13 portion that's attached to the garage.
So the maintain addition to detached garage is just that 8 or is there more to it than that?
No, that's it, that's the 8x13.
So the large garage that's there, that is all already legalized?
That was, the history behind that is it was built in 1980, and it was built by the prior owner, and it did have a variance at the time for a tree service.
This was in 1971.
So when he purchased the property, that was all there, including this piece, this small 8x13 piece that we're legalizing. For whatever, from looking at it, it appears that it was all built at the same time. However, there was no, on the original plans, that 8x13 piece was not there. So
There was a greenhouse.
we're looking to legalize it.
Okay, hold on. So we have a copy of a decision from 1971 that referenced a greenhouse Change of use, the existing greenhouse, reduced to 40 by 50. This is smaller than that. But we don't, you say it was a
No,
1980
it
grant?
was reduced from 40 by 50 to 30 by 26.
Which is what I think it is now. 30 by, okay, so that's the size it is now.
But it was a
But you say in
greenhouse.
1980, there was some other grant?
Yeah, I'm looking at the search sheet. In 1980, BP 1980-1297, a variance for a tree service and exterminating business. And I did review the plans that went along with that permit, and that essentially is the garage that we have, with the exception of this 8x13 piece on the back. And it is a, you know, it is a concrete block frame garage, and so is the extension that's off the back. And maybe it was built a year later, or maybe they just built it at the same
here's
time and never
1980.
updated the plans. It's hard to tell. But definitely was there. You know,
This is
from
71,
speaking to my
this is
client, it was there when he
71.
purchased the property.
This is
He
1980.
purchased the
so-
property in 2006. It was there since then, so we're looking to keep it. There is no demising wall inside, so inside the garage, it's one room with this piece on, so there's no wall or anything in between.
The photo that you submitted of the garage has a lot of equipment in it, or tools, or?
I went in there, I saw a lot of stuff. There was definitely a lot of tools. There was a lot of, I saw a refrigerator, I saw cabinets, I saw just regular stuff you normally see in a garage. I understand it's unusual to have such a large garage at a residential property, but based on this situation, you know, it appears that it's, you know, the garage itself technically is legal from the at least from the 1980 permit. I'd also like to point out in one of the photos I submitted, the abutting property directly to the south also has, you know, an unusually oversized garage for a residential property. So that is, you know, just something I'd want to point out. I don't know if they have permits or COs, but just this is a abutting property, 111 Wall Avenue. One of the photos I submitted, you see the garage, and that one has, you know, looks like a commercial style garage, but in fact it does not. It's not commercial. It appears to be a residential dwelling with
Even the
large
photos,
garage.
the photos that were submitted show a house number put on the garage.
Yeah, there is a house. It has its own address, and it's had its own address, and I even checked that out. Even in building department, I believe that the search shows us as 87 through 91. Or some of the documents showed 87 and 91. So 87 would be the house, and 91 would be the garage.
So what does he do? Refinish kitchen cabinets as a hobby or business?
I don't know where those cabinets came from.
I don't know either.
Let's see.
What type of business does your client have?
I'll let my client answer that. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
why don't we do that?
I have kitchen cabinets because basically what I do, I'm looking to redo.
Can you pull the mic closer?
Yes, yes. I usually save those kitchen cabinets because I'm doing my house and soon hopefully getting the permits to do the house. I'm gonna redo. I'm gonna do everything again in the house.
Well, that's your personal, but what do you do for, what's your business?
I'm
pursuant to what you-
a mechanic. I work on outside in the streets. I have a van. You see the van over there? I'm a mechanic, so the automotive mechanic. That's what I do.
Oh, you're an auto mechanic.
Yes, yes, I am. Yes. If you see some tools there, of course, I have to have some tools. So I put them in my van and I go out to work.
Excuse me, what do you use the garage for?
Basically, when I need to do work on my cars, I have 4 cars. I use the space and
So
my
I
garage.
inspected the property. I didn't go inside the garage because I rang the bell. You weren't there. But some of the neighbors told me that you were running an auto repair business out of there. as I was there with my ID. So I just wanted to ask you, are you running an auto repair business out of there?
I'm not basically running an auto repair. People will see me working on my cars. Basically, I open the gates. If
So
people
you
saw something
do
inside-
auto repairs, but you don't do it at the house, you do it mobily, you're saying?
I have a van, big van that I put my tools in and I go out to work, yes.
And you don't
My
repair-
cars, I'm sorry, my cars, I have 4 cars. For example, I have cars, maybe, I don't know, he took pictures of my cars. I put them inside and I do work, and especially when I do work at night, because when I come back from work, then my cars, my personal cars, I do them inside when they need work. If the neighbor or people went by, they saw cars, basically those are my cars.
I just came by to inspect the property because that's my job, and
Ah, okay.
that's what, I rang your bell, there was nobody there. Do you live there? Do you live in
No, I
that
was
house?
not there. No,
Who
no.
who lives there?
I live there.
You live there? You don't
Yes.
rent it out or anything?
No, I live there.
Okay. I went there, I rang the bell, I was standing outside, I took pictures, I walked the property, which is my right because I'm on the BZA. You signed something saying that was okay.
I was probably not
And-
there when you came
and-
down.
And a couple of the neighbors, as I'm standing in the street, I had 2 people approach me and tell me these things, so I'm just sharing it with you.
All right, okay, fine, yes, I was out there when you came down. I don't know when that happened, but I was not there. Otherwise, I will open the door for you with no
So
problem.
there's no lifts inside of the garage? There's no mechanical lifts to
No,
get your
no,
car
no.
up?
I
Or
can
anything
show
like
you the
that?
pictures, no.
Okay, I'm just
No.
asking, because
Okay.
this is what I was told.
All right, no problem.
Is
It- It seems that, if you're using your garage for storage, and your garage measures 26 feet by 30 feet, that should be enough for storage. You park your cars outside the garage, you don't park them in the
I
garage?
park my car inside the garage. Absolutely, I have space to park my cars inside the garages, and like I said to him, if I need to do work on my cars, okay, I'm gonna do them inside, especially when it's raining, or when I come back from work, then it's late at night, so I use the garage.
And
No
you
problem. I don't
store
see a
your
problem.
tools in the...
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I store
What-
my tools in
can-
there.
what do you
Whatever
mean-
extra tools that I need, I store them in my garage. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, what do you need that little block addition for, the 8 by 13 foot? Because it seems that your garage is large enough to not only house your cars, but whatever tools you need. So why do you need the additional 8 by 13?
Why? That was already there when I bought the house, in 2006. So
Okay.
that extension is already built in there. So they asked me, I will knock it down. Now I have to knock it down. It's been there, so I spoke to Mr. Dean that I want to register or get the permits to maintain that little extension.
Let me ask you, I'm looking at the plans. Unfortunately, whoever drew them, I'm trying to understand what addition you propose, how many levels there are to the house. It looks like the proposed addition is that small section in the front?
Yes, correct. We're looking on the house now. It's the small piece, which is like 8.4 feet by,
Right,
yeah.
I got it. So that's to house a staircase, right?
Yes.
Now, when I look at what's the foundation plan, would that be like I can see from the outside of the house, it looks like a 2-story house. Is there a cellar-type basement to it?
No, it would be, once it's lifted, it'll only be a 2-floor house. There's no basement. So this is, the purpose of raising it is the ground does flood in that area. And
Okay,
so there is no.
when you elevate it,
Yes,
the bottom's going to be non-usable space, right?
correct.
Okay, and then there'll be 2 more levels.
No, one more level.
Well, there's 2 levels now.
No, there's
only
one.
There's only one level now.
So,
Hold on,
yeah.
hold on.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, look at the photographs. It's one level. I see what you're saying.
And I have floor plans for 2 levels.
Your drawings would indicate that you're putting another level on the house.
So let me just do
Two-story
this
home.
this way. So the first floor plan I have is called foundation plan, right? It shows the little addition of the middle thing, and it doesn't have any bathrooms. It has one walk-in one something. I can't tell if it's a bathroom or
Looks
what.
like a walk-in closet.
Yeah, it looks like a walk-in closet. So
Heating
that's called
unit.
foundation level on your plans. right?
Yes.
So that usually means it's the cellar, or it could be the first level, portion of below grade, whatever. Then the next thing I have says raised first floor plan. So is that level once it's raised?
Correct. So
Okay.
it's the same house, it's going to be raised, but with the exception of this front vestibule area with the steps.
Okay, so there'll be one FEMA level and one usable level. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so then when you look at the elevations of the house, this is the proposed elevations, but the elevations don't look like just a FEMA level and another level. Would you agree? It looks like a regular level and a second level.
And the plans would indicate that the height of the ridge is 30 feet.
28 at least from the TSC.
So looking on page A2, looking at the elevation views by the
Hold on,
architect,
A2.
we are showing
One moment.
29.85 from the crown of the road. So we definitely comply with the height requirements. And I'd also like to add that this is not this is a zone, the FEMA zone is zone X. So by today's standards, it's not, this isn't he's doing this because his floor floods, not because it's a FEMA required lift. So we're not,
Okay.
and we're also not asking for a height variance.
Okay, so is the first level, once this is elevated, going to be a non-usable space or not?
Okay, so I'm looking at the first level. It is not, it's definitely not living space. Can it be storage space? I would assume, no, I would assume it
Is the
should be.
Wait, is the floor plan of the raised first floor plan, what level of the house is that going to be?
That would be the second floor.
Okay, so that has living rooms, a quasi kitchen, a small kitchen, a living room, a bedroom, and 4 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen. Is that about right?
Correct.
2 bathrooms. That's the only level of living space in this house?
Correct.
What's on the level below that then?
That's just unfinished storage.
Because it sure looks like, can you look at A6?
Yes.
So that really looks like a house on the lower level.
Okay, that's the side elevation. There is, it seems like they want to put a door to get into that
Well, there's
space.
2 doors, but it's not about a door. I'm suggesting it looks like living space. I understand, but I don't have a floor plan.
I mean, we do, if you look at page A3 is the floor plan for this, they call it the foundation plan, but it is, you know, it does say in there, new slab on grade, unfinished storage.
Say that again, Mr. Katsubas,
so-
the foundation plan?
Yeah, if you take a look at page A3,
I'm looking at it.
it says, it's labeled foundation plan, but in essence, that is the first floor plan. And it's labeled on there, new slab on grade, unfinished storage.
Okay. So this request is to have the elevated, one level of living space, what is on the second floor, and to have storage only on the first floor. That's the
Correct.
request.
Correct.
Okay. What's in the attic?
The attic is also, I say, it's a truss frame attic with some storage only in the center portion.
Okay. Mr. Katsoulis,
Okay,
keep going.
we're asking for variances for,
Mr. Katsoulis,
Lot area
can you go through
occupied.
the numbers, the lot area occupied,
okay,
proposal and require, allowable and rear yard required and proposed?
okay.
When you do lot area occupied, do it for everything. 'cause we
Okay,
need
so
to-
the lot area occupied, this includes the addition to the house plus the addition to the garage.
The addition to the garage being that small.
That's small, the 8 by 13 addition to the garage, the 7-foot addition to square off the front of the house. The lot area occupied is 27.95, where 27.5 is allowable. So in my experience, that is a very small increase, which, you know, includes the original house, the addition, the garage, and the addition to the garage. We are also asking for a rear yard setback of 5 feet where 25 feet is required. I know this seems, it seems substantial, but however, that's where the existing house is. So we're not looking to create a new setback. We're taking that same house and going straight up with it. This complies with side yard and complies with height and complies with front yard and all other, you know, zoning requirements. So the two variances we're asking for are rear yard and lot coverage.
Needs very little water
Mhm.
Great minds.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Katsoulis, you and your client and anyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye. Have a nice day.
We have case 25824 Belmore, Richard Zobke. Special exception to maintain accessory structure pavilion higher and larger than permitted and exceeds horizontal maximum on both sides with less than required rear yard setback and lot area occupied variance, also known as 2900 Shore Road.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Dean Katsoulis. My address is 121 Newbridge Road, Hicksville, New York, 11801.
Richard Zobke, 2900 Shore Road, Belmore, New
Pl-
York.
Mr. Zem, could you please speak up a little louder so that
Sorry.
we can hear you?
This way,
Okay.
got it. Richard Zobke, 2900 Shore Road, Belmore, New York, 11710.
Go ahead, Mr. Katsoulis.
Good afternoon again, members of the board. I'm here with Mr. Zobke, the owner of the property located at 2900 Shore Road in Belmore.
photos
We're
on this?
seeking variances to legalize an existing
file.
roof-over structure like a gazebo. The gazebo is, according to the survey, is 1511 by 15.8. Essentially, it's marketed as a 16 by 16.
What
It's
is
a-
it actually, so we can, if we
The-
approve it,
so
we
let's
got the
go
right
by
numbers?
By the survey, the survey says 15.8 by 15.11. So it came out a few inches shy of what the paperwork said. This is one of those prefab structures, like an Amish-built structure he had ordered, and they came and assembled it on
Right,
his
but
property.
Mr. Katsubis, if we deliberate on a 1511 and a 158, and we approve it, and it's actually 16, when the building inspector goes out to sign off on it, and it's 16, and we approved a 1511, 158, you're gonna have a nightmare. So we really need to know the exact size that we're approving.
This size was done, it was measured by a surveyor.
Does that include the overhang?
It's hard to tell if it includes the overhang or not. I don't think it includes the overhang. I think the 16 by 16 is with the eaves that,
Well, we need to
Little
consider
photos.
the eaves.
okay. From
In
my,
other words, if we approve 1511 by
photos,
158, and that does not include the soffit, the cantilever,
When they
whatever
go
we
out
call
and
it,
measure it.
and they go out and measure it, and
Thank
it's
you.
16 with soffit, you're gonna have a nightmare. So we need to know the exact number.
all right, so it's from my experience, and I've presented here many, many times, and from reading the code, eaves and gutters are typically considered a permissible encroachment, which goes, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but,
Up to 2 feet.
yeah, so this is much less than 2 feet.
Okay.
So if you take a look at the photos, I did submit
He's got
photos
water
of this,
dripping on house side.
of this structure, and you could see that we're talking inches,
Pretty
it may
fair.
be,
Why can't they move it?
it may be inches, the encroachment of the eaves, and there are no gutters on this structure. So,
Can you state, perhaps give yourself a little cushion, or as accurate as you can, what it would be from the overhang, overall size with the overhang?
okay,
That's what we need to deal in, Mr. Katsubis, because I'm telling you, we did one recently, it was 12 by 12, but it had not more than, like a 6-inch soffit on either side, the eave, whatever you wanna call it, and
all right. All right, from looking at these photos here, the eaves appear to be about 8 to 10 inches past the columns. So,
we'll hear this, but then you're gonna need to call us and confirm, maybe even come by, and what you're gonna need to do, the document has to be accurate. So maybe we'll hear the testimony, then someone measures it, come into the BZA, get out the official exhibit, change it with a pen if the number is actually 6, the drawing is otherwise accurate, and then we'll hold it on reserve until then.
all right,
So that the
I
right
appreciate
number
that,
is-
I really appreciate that.
Trust
So,
me, it's
yeah.
better for you.
Okay. So, as I was saying, it's an open-air structure, 4 columns and a roof. The variances we're asking for are rear yard, height, horizontal maximum, and
Yeah, give us the other two
and
numbers.
lot coverage. So, the rear yard is 10 inches where it's supposed to be 2 feet. The rear yard, it does face a canal. There's no neighbors on that side, and it's right up against his bulkhead on that side. The horizontal maximum is 12 feet, and we're asking, again, this is numbers to be
Well,
verified.
didn't we just discuss 15.8 and 15.11?
Yeah, so we're allowed to have 12.
Oh, right, you're
Yeah,
recording.
so allowable is 12, and we're asking for either 15.8 or 15.11, or possibly
Or 16.
16
And you're gonna
based
call
on our
with that.
field measurement. I'd also, the height required is 9 feet, and it is, the actual height is 12.84 feet, so it's like 12 feet 10 inches to the top, but that's only at the middle because it slopes down at the eaves.
Wait, Mr. Katsubis, so the highest point of it is what, 12, what'd you say?
12.84 feet,
Okay,
and that's at the peak in the center.
right. And so, also, you need larger. So when you get the numbers for horizontal, obviously, those numbers dictate what larger is. Where you're allowed 144, right? So when you
Correct.
call with those numbers, you could do the math. If it's 16, multiply it twice, obviously, and call us with the larger, because you're over 144. We just don't know by how much. And it will depend on those measurements.
Okay,
Right? So when you come in, make sure that,
So the number that I have right now is, we're at 200, based on this survey, we're at 249 square feet, where the allowable is 144. So that's essentially the 1511 by 158, where we're allowed at 144. So,
right, but if you find it's 16 and 16, the larger number's, that number's gonna
Okay,
change also.
I understand.
Right? So make sure you deal with that too. I'm trying to get my calculator here. Yeah, because if it's 16, it's 256. So just get that number to us too. Okay?
okay, so, those are the variances we're asking for. I feel the structure, I mean, my client built the structure, he uses it for him and his family. If he wants to add anything, he could add, but it's, those are the variances we're asking for. I don't believe what we're asking for is substantial. That we see gazebos often, especially in this area. There are numerous houses along the along the canal there that have these, and we kindly request your approval on it.
Your case for the moment, Mr. Katsubis?
That is, I do have some more photos I'd like to submit as well.
If she'd like to show them to the young lady who appears to be in
You take the photos, Mr. Katsubis?
No, my client took the
Do
photos.
they fairly and accurately represent what they purport to be? They weren't altered, they're just photographs you took?
That's correct. They were not altered. One of them is actually from social media, from themselves.
When did you take the photos, sir?
Actually, my wife took them today.
Today?
And what did you say, one of the photos you
One of the photos is from a social media site that they posted themselves. So one of the photos is from their yard, themselves posting a photo
Okay.
of, yeah.
All right, so,
We'll accept him in evidence.
well, except there's an evidence, Patrick,
Mark
can
him.
we call her?
Well, Rebbe, that concludes your portion of the presentation, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, ma'am, you're here in opposition. Would you like to step up to the podium?
Christine's gonna swear.
Joanne Worthbo, 2894 Shore Road, Belmore, New York.
You have to speak into the microphone.
Okay.
Okay, better.
Joanne Worthbo, 2894 Shore Road, Belmore, New York.
Okay, tell us what you'd like us to
Can
know.
I submit pictures, Sue?
Are you an abutting neighbor?
Yes.
On the north side.
On the north side?
I believe it's the north side. Let me look at that. Oh,
Gray siding and brown roof?
That's brown.
You're the brown roof.
Okay, go ahead.
Try to make a long story short, because one of the things that you talk about existing, it wasn't existing, it's only existed because nothing has come to here for 2 years. This was the morning of June 6th, 2022.
Well, what was the morning of June 6th?
Is when the building was started being constructed.
Okay, the pergola or whatever.
June 6, 22, I heard, workers in the backyard that were literally on the property line, building, I don't know what. I went out, and there was only the contractor there. I asked them what they were building. To the foreman, I told them that it's way too close to the property line, and I could see what you're building. It's too high. So he said, I don't know, I don't do anything to do with permits, that's on the owner. I said, well, you need a permit, and I know that it's too close. You're standing right here.
I actually think they are not too
They're
close
not.
on the side yard,
Oh,
but the rear yard, they are, let's see, about a foot A little over a
This is not
foot
a
too
foot.
close on
To the
the
bulk.
rear
Right
yard.
here on the long way, the fence.
Yeah, they're required to have 2 feet, and they have it.
How do they have 2 feet?
That's what, where's the site plan?
It's not 2 feet.
2 feet, 3 inches, it says.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Do you have an extra one of these? Here, Christine, could you give her this site plan? Here's a copy of the site plan we have, you can keep that. It indicates that it's 2 feet, 3 inches away from the side yard.
And also, what you were mentioning before about the overhang, if you could just look right here, it's not 2 feet even from the overhang. It's
Well,
like,
you may be right about that, depending on where it was measured from, but that's something that the inspector's gonna have to measure when they go out. After our decision,
okay, when I asked about the permit and that, he said it's up to the owner, and then he proceeded to call the owner, and the contractor came back and he told me that he spoke to the owner and he said, don't worry about it, don't worry about the town.
that happens a lot.
Continue on building. That was his advice. And I said, I'm calling the town, which I did that day, and I know that a violation was given back in June 22.
Was there, oh, there was a violation because you didn't have a permit.
Correct. Correct.
And then months later, I called to find out when is this hearing going to be, and they couldn't find any of the paperwork. I said, all right, I'll wait. I called back a few months later. All the documentation wasn't submitted. A few months later, still no documentation. So that's why we're here 2
That's
years
why
later.
you're here today.
And I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, well, what happens is the permit has to go to the building department, which is not us, and it's processed up there, and sometimes it can take a while, et cetera, et cetera. And then when the building department says you don't comply with all the zoning requirements, therefore, if you want to further seek permission to put this up, you have to go to the zoning board. So then it goes down to the zoning board, and then the zoning board has a certain set of requirements to bring the papers in. So it can become a lengthy process. And then finally,
And especially if you do it
we have
intentionally.
applicants who complain about it
Okay.
somewhat, so.
So I think it has to be remeasured for that overhang. It's
Tell us
to
how
the
it's
property
done.
line by the fence.
Tell
I
us,
don't know.
tell us what issues you have with it, if any. How
What
is it
issues I have?
affecting you?
That we have a really unique property, and all of the neighbors, we have this beautiful view, and now I look at a roof. In my backyard, people don't have big roofs in the neighbors' yards or overhanging mine. I get the shade from it, and I'm looking at a roof. They have pergolas that are flat, they have other ones that are not as high, and it could be moved that it's not sitting right on the property line. The rest of the property, there's a patio there, it could be moved over and not sitting right on top of us.
So, as it relates to the sun, I was just looking at, rising east, that's in the west from the
Comes up,
layout,
the
so
sun
I-
comes up in the morning in the front of the house, and then
Right.
all afternoon it's coming this way and
Yep.
it sets that way.
Yeah,
So
well,
it
I'm
really
looking
doesn't
at the
do much
map,
for
and
the
I can
sun.
see how it shoots at the front of the houses, then it's in the south end, and maybe around the sun's, it does seem that there's a possible time, I would guess evening, when it's getting ready to set, must be some period of time where it could block a little view of the sun
No,
from your house.
the sun sets directly behind us, so it's all afternoon.
Right, it sits behind you, but once
So,
it's,
the sun is coming this way and the building is this way, the shadow comes into.
Yeah, I have
Not
the
at
map.
sunset, not
so
at sunset.
I can see, okay.
Anything else, ma'am?
I just think that you shouldn't be able to just build what you want and then, don't care what the codes are and don't care what it's affecting other people. So what we would like to suggest that you move it over to the other side. It's on the patio. It could easily be moved. And if it can't be moved, it could be made smaller or shorter. But I think the easiest thing would just be moving it to the other side of there's a stairwell there, and just moving it over. And then if not, also the line of sight from it being on the bulkhead really should be back, but if it's moved over, that wouldn't be a problem then for us if it's pushed back. But it's supposed to be 2 feet off, and that's, I was going to just show her one thing if she's looking, I don't know. Can I just show you something? Just saying, like what I mentioned before, am I looking at the right thing here, or line with the fence that's pushed away? Still have a problem with the height and the width, but
For me to come, I have to rip up my patio and put in new footings.
Yes. Okay, so, I listened to the opposition, and to be honest, yes, I do, these structures are rather common, and I've presented before this board several times, and I've seen structures like this get approved over and over and over again. So based on the variances that we're asking, the variances are really not substantial. I understand the neighbor has some concerns, but I'd like to just point out, and also, moving it would require, new footings, and the patio, this area has a new patio that's been put in, so it would require...
it's bricks. The bricks could just be popped up.
It would require new footings to be put in. That's why we're asking permission, and as we stated, we're not asking for a side yard variance. So realistically, the only variances that affect the neighbor are the horizontal maximum, which really isn't that substantial of a variance, and the height, but the height is really at the midpoint of this structure, which is, again, it's far, even further away from the property line. So I'll let my client speak. He's got a few things he wants to add.
So it's also too close to the bulkhead. All right, well, okay.
So they are not just bricks, they are not just pavers, they are laid on top of several inches of concrete. They are done that way because the house is on the water. The neighbor's bulkhead actually is not that great. There's substantial erosion, you can see it bowing out. The actual patio has actually sunk a few inches since it's been put in. So it's not easy to pick up. You would have to pick up the pavers, take the composite off, the sand off, break up the concrete, pour new footings, and move it. Yes. The pavilion, it's called a pavilion. The pavilion is where it is because the stairs that come, our kitchen is on that side of the house. So our stairs from the kitchen go right into that pavilion. You can go down that same block, Shore Road, you can go on to Legion, you can look at Lee Place, you can go around to Merrick. Every house pretty much has the pavilion in the same location. Yes. There are several houses within the radius map itself that have the pavilions on them. Some are larger. Only one is not in that location. But almost every other house has it in that location. There are some houses on the other peninsula that actually have their pavilions built over the canal. They have structures built to their bulkhead, and they have taken 2 feet and gone over the rear yard and overhang the canal with their pavilions. So, it doesn't change the character of the neighborhood. I think the view is still fine. We have the same view. The neighbor doesn't seem to mind the view the other way, which has 20-foot trees, or I'm not sure how tall they are, but there's trees on the other side there. As far as the side yard setback goes, as you'll see on the survey, the fence is actually on my property line. Well, I actually told the board, we came to the building department and said it was a shared fence. However, because the fence is completely on my property line, it's my fence, and I had to file for permits for it because of this process. So I had to file for permits for that fence. It is completely on my property by 6 inches at the front of the fence, and at the bulkhead, it is, I believe, 8 inches onto my property. That is correct. And it is actually, I believe it's a 5-foot fence. I don't recall correctly, but it's a 5-foot fence. We can see each other across the way if you're standing perfectly fine. That doesn't impact the view. But as you know, we're entitled to a 6-foot fence. And I think that's it.
I have a question, Mr.
Yes.
Zopke. Did you know that you needed a permit when you put the structure up?
We asked
And did you consult, as a neighbor, mention it to her what you were doing?
Yes,
You
I
know?
will say that as far as the neighbor goes, the neighbor asks a lot of questions about everything we do up until this point. And when we were putting in the patio, they did ask what we were doing, and we told them that we were going to put an outdoor kitchen with a pavilion. They didn't object. I didn't ask them no. I didn't ask them, and we didn't ask them because they're not really easy to talk to. But we did ask we bought it from the, I forget the name of the place, but it's everybody, we asked, and they said that people don't get permits. Nobody gets permits. When the neighbor did complain, which, by the way, the foreman came and let us know that she was screaming like a lunatic at him. I actually asked him to stop work, and he just...
Can I just ask you a question? You mentioned an outdoor kitchen. Under that pavilion, you have a roll-away barbecue, 2 of those. Is that what you're referring to?
We were going to put in a kitchen.
Because that's not a kitchen. That's what you're referring to, nothing that needs a variance, because that's just a rolling barbecue.
We were going to add electric to the pavilion and whatnot, but we decided not to until this process was done. They are two roll-away barbecues.
Right, but there's no other kitchen to which you referred?
Not yet,
Okay,
no.
good enough.
Yes.
Well,
do have
isn't
to-
there a sink
Wait,
and
you
all
do
the
have
other
to
stuff
apply-
that's a kitchen? That would be
It's
part
just
of the
2
kitchen.
rolling barbecues, as far as I
Well,
can
on
see.
the other side, what, there's the refrigerator and a sink and what else? I don't know what else is
Hold on.
there.
So if you do put in an
There is no
actual outdoor kitchen, do check about, those do require permits, depending. Okay, so,
Excuse me? So, one, I wasn't screaming like a lunatic and you weren't there.
okay, but we don't need to characterize
I know,
people.
okay, well, that's what he said, so I'm just
I
saying I did
understand.
not.
Should've
And
said
it was a couple of other things. The fence, it's not my fence. The
That's what he
builder that
indicated.
built, I didn't put the fence up. He bought a house and his builder put it up.
Yeah, well,
I
he
never-
said it's his.
He implied that it was our fence, that we put the fence over the property line. That's what he implied. It's not our fence. It's not a
He
shared
actually
fence.
said it's his fence.
Okay, it's his fence and I never put it up
All right,
and I didn't
all
put
right.
it on his property.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what I said was it was a shared fence.
You said the
It's
building
not a
department
shared
said it was
fence.
shared or
Well, that's
whatever.
All right.
yes, so
Look,
we were...
We're
yes.
not going to have a dialogue back and forth. Are you finished, Mr. Kutsubis?
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't finished. Just when he
Okay.
Well,
mentioned
no-
about the calling the tent, he knew that he needed a permit because the contractor from Amish Barn called him and he said, don't worry about it, I don't care about the permit.
Okay, you mentioned that before. We're
Well,
going to end
I
this
was
hearing,
fixing
we're
it.
ending the hearing right now. Unless you have anything to say in sum, that's your right. If you have nothing else you want to add, I'm ending the
Nothing
hearing.
new. We don't want to hear the same
Okay,
stuff.
thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion?
I move that the hearing be closed, that the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Katsubis, you and your client, and you, ma'am, who signed in, you will also receive a copy of the board's decision in the mail once we render it. Thank you.
Second? All in
Have
favor?
a nice day, folks.
Have a nice evening. 2-minute break, and then we're going to do decisions. Yes, so did I. You sure you don't have a prostate problem? Katura?
Yeah. I'll let you know tomorrow.
I'll be thinking of say some prayers for you.
Yeah, you're right.
Can they tell you right away?
No, it's supposed to do test
Yeah.
And then my son's gonna go for angiogram hospital stint next Thursday.
How old is he?
48. This will be number 2.
Had a stent already?
Yep.
48? Holy shit.
He had a stent at 4.
High cholesterol?
No, the first one was a congenital.
Really?
Yeah, and this one, I don't know what type it is. He didn't say too much.
Where's he going?
St. Francis.
Richie Schlafman.
I don't know, it was Dr. Madrid is the guy that's doing it.
Where is he? Him I haven't heard. Pappas I hear a bunch of them. Schlafman's, I don't think he does it anymore because he's the head of cardiology. Maybe he does.
At St. Francis?
Yeah. He, interventional cardiology.
Yeah, that's.
He's the head of the department.
Who, Mr. Schaffner?
Yeah. Ricardo. He tells everybody, including my wife, every time he sees it, I saved your life. That's his mantra. I saved your life. Yeah, you and 75 million other guys. Kiss the ring. All right. Let's,
Another fine that you got at St. Joe was.
let's make some decisions, all right? I'm going to start with the 2 p.m. calendar. Case 474 of 2024 near Westbury.
Safe home.
Near Westbury, James Caldwell. That case has been adjourned to October 9th at 2 p.m. Next case, 475 of 2024, near East Rockaway. That case has been adjourned to September 18th at 2 p.m. That's a piece of cake. Next case, 476 of 2024, Oceanside, Kevin Conklin. That case has been adjourned to September 4th at 2 p.m. Next case, 477 of 2024, Garden City South. What do we want to, they offered to clear in the triangle at the northeast corner.
And ensure that the regular old-fashioned clear side triangle is maintained.
Yes.
Yeah.
But on the
So
plot
we're-
plan, they don't have the trees in front of the house and towards their driveway.
Right, we have to deal with that, Christina, how we do that.
Okay, we will contact them and ask for an amended site plan that shows all the structures, because I don't know how we can approve something.
That we haven't seen.
But at the
Okay.
very least, we're not, just making note, because we're not gonna grant relief for the neighbor's driveway, and we're not gonna grant relief for the regular clear side triangle, so.
Right.
We deny relief there, and that means they have to comply, right? And then we'll figure out the rest when we get those.
And the neighbor, there was a neighbor in opposition.
Yes.
For his.
478 of 2000.
There was one, I have one.
No, we're not going to
Yes.
grant.
Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah.
gonna be put on reserve.
Yeah.
No, I said
Going on
one.
reserve, Joe.
Okay.
478 of 2024 Franklin Square, Claudia Natalie Morgan. That case is on for October 9th, 2024 at 2 p.m. Peachy Keen. All right. Case 479 of 2024, Elmont 299 Hempstead LLC, DBA Popeyes. That's been adjourned to September 25th, 2 p.m. Thank God we had all these adjournments. Otherwise, we'd be here until 10. Case 480 of 2024, near Westbury, Caledonia Climbing Inc., DBA Gravity, Katura's recused from this case because her kids,
Dog in the race, but it is a good case. That whole area
It
has been
was.
developed in a good way.
It was.
Like,
There's-
it really is becoming an entertainment center for.
can I have a motion if there's any other discussion?
I make a motion, I won't say index number since you don't want me to say
Right.
that.
Case number.
Case number 480 of 24, Caledonia Climbing and Company, DBA Gravity Vault at 1504 Old Country Road, be granted with conditions.
I second it.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed, any abstention? What conditions? That's granted as requested.
As requested.
Okay, second?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Cases 481 and 482, that's Baldwin Realty. Aziz Quad DBA ASQ Realty Corp.
Well, we have to, can we
I
start?
want to hold that.
Okay, but can we make a note for when we do address it? The testimony was, there'll be no parties, no kitchen,
Right.
no weddings, no baptismals. Basically, the only use is Sundays from 9 to 12:30 or 1.
Nine,
And-
I think he said 9:30, but okay.
Okay, 9 to 1, let's call it.
Yeah.
And on Saturdays, where did I put it? On Saturdays, they have, yeah, but they have on Saturday, didn't they say on Saturday?
Only
They call it Sunday school, but it's on Saturday.
Okay, and there was, I thought he said only like there's
Three
three or four
people.
Three at a time. Three
Okay,
students.
so
Three
let's
students
say
at
no
a
more
time.
than 5 or something like that. Okay, well, whatever. And basically, other than those 2 days, he testified that other than some congregates seeking sort of consulting or counseling, they're not really there. And we do have to do CEQA on that when we do it. So otherwise, okay.
If it is a church, how can you deny them having a wedding?
He agreed to it. He said they don't have one. And I asked the question in terms of understanding what the parking proposal is. Like, in order to.
What kind of a church was it?
If the capacity for parking.
Can anybody ask what religion?
House of Living God. It's Haitian.
Yes, it's called the House of Living God.
Okay.
It's really Pentecostal.
Oh.
I don't know, he didn't know, he said.
It's really a building that we're granting this religious use to.
Well, and I believe that we had discussed in the event the board is inclined to grant it, we would make sure that what we're granting is limited to the one building that's in front of us, not the entire.
Correct. So you're renting it from the owner, which is, yeah, they're
But
renting.
there were those two
Yes,
buildings, and they were
Oh,
saying
is
that
this
the
the one I
larger
said
one.
Yeah.
99, oh, so we do have to hold that to check that.
Yeah.
The larger building on the picture,
Needed less parking.
well, the larger building was the proposed building, and he
Right.
said it's 999 square feet, but, or vice versa. And the other one was much larger, and they're
And
showing
it's
it as
six
more
spots.
square footage,
And
but
six
barely,
spots.
like almost the exact 12 square feet more. And it's clearly a third grade of the size. So we gotta get those numbers figured out. That's right, you're gonna.
We're
check.
going to hold it.
Okay. Well, we're holding it, it's too much to figure out.
Aziz Quad. That's a strange name for a building.
It's the ASQ Realty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have to figure that out too. But right now, we got
So we're
enough to
gonna
figure
grant
out.
this, potentially grant it to a building.
Well, we're gonna wait, we gotta get more specifics, there's too much going on there that doesn't make
ASQ
sense.
is not a religious organization.
All right, so we'll
That's
cross that bridge when we
that's why
get there.
I didn't catch on as to what type of religion they're practicing,
Okay,
other than,
that's so much to figure out.
He's a Haitian priest.
he said that? He said it was Pentecostal?
No.
Well, he said he was a Haitian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't, 3 and 484. That's the back-to-back
This is
subdivisions.
the one that I wish they would just raise the grade on.
Yeah.
There wasn't, I didn't
Neighbor in
think they were bad
opposition.
cases, though. Yeah, well, I hope so, because it's,
Well, the
Well, they-
question I asked Christina was whether or not we can make that a condition of the grant, and she's going to look into it. So we're going to hold that case.
I mean, I think
Okay.
engineering would have to be involved.
So that's the thing, we might be able to, off the top of my head.
Might
do
be
a
able to
catch-all.
mandate it.
Well, we might be able to just do a catch-all, like it's subject to approval from all departments, including engineering with respect to grading.
We'd have to.
Well, I
Oh,
mean,
she means,
We could
we
add that specifically.
condition it on being raised provided it
But it
meets.
does go through the other, it's gonna get checked by the departments anyway. Drainage,
Good with everybody, we were worried about the money, like, we, placement to public administrator, so that means that it's been collected for years now.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's otherwise an okay, a fine case. I didn't have a problem with the case.
Even though they say the same thing.
We're just going to hold it for purposes of seeing what we can mandate. All right? 485 of 2024. We want to do anything on this? We want to hold it? I think we should have it.
Take a look at it.
Okay, hold it.
When I heard them talking about they don't have any place in school in the fall, and there are a lot of people there, they usually, give them the benefit of the doubt, they can eventually get some.
When is our next
What I
meeting?
didn't,
2 weeks, it's the 26th.
I didn't understand this part of the language. Install 8 and 10-foot fence, a portion of which is forward of dwellings on adjoining properties. I didn't know if it meant the fence was on the adjoining properties or forward of the dwellings on the other properties, because I've never heard it written that way. So I didn't know if the fence, they're asking us for a fence that's not on the subject
Well,
property. We can't
how
prove
about
that.
how about a draft grant? Because there are conditions, because the trailers are going to be temporary, all right? And we should
have all
be
that
able,
language.
From the last.
yeah, and we should be able to vote on it next time around. 2 weeks is not going to kill him.
Where the fence is. Remember, there's no
Yeah,
dumpster.
I got it.
I have the report, yeah, no dumpster on Davis, no stop the gate, Davis Avenue, property.
And otherwise fenced, and otherwise fenced along. Okay.
All right,
Yeah, so that's
so-
just the thing I.
All right, so you'll give us a draft grant.
Sure.
Case 255 of 2024, Jose Rodriguez. I think we want to put some conditions on that if we're going to grant it.
I find it hard to believe, so I personally. So look, proposed patio, where is? As it relates to case 280 to 281, Lido Beach Steve Diamond, properties 161 Fairway Road, I move that we grant the, grant the requested relief, grant at least, let me just check the fence.
280, that's gonna be, temporary, oh, but if you're fine.
That we would grant the requested relief with the granting of the fences. Temporary, 5 years,
Okay,
so we can check it.
okay.
Because I'm not sure about.
Pellegrini got it?
Pellegrini, second, all in
Great.
favor?
Aye. Great, great, okay.
The fences cut back there. Okay. And then there's, so that's this one. And then I went over this, but one more thing. What about this one? Do you want to just do it later? All right, well, just, it's the one in, it's Point Lookout, and it's a number story, so it's, I don't want to do it when we're rushing.
This, okay, if you want, we can talk about it in the back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are done.